we had to wait 5 minutes to redo the whole national anthem.
Oh my gosh.
For the judge.
And then wait.
Yeah. Yeah. That was here. Yeah. Hey, hon, did you give him the introduction? Perfect.
Please have all fans, spectators, and other teams head to field number 1 for our opening ceremonies and national anthem. And that includes the Wolverines over on field 3. First, I would like to thank each and every one of you for attending our second day of the 3rd annual Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase right here in Ponte Vedra Beach. After a very successful day 1, we are very excited to see which teams can come out on top today during our second and final day of competition. A few friendly reminders before we get to the national anthem is please do remember to respect our referees, other fans, parents, coaches, teams, but most importantly, please respect the field and keep your areas and the rest of the field as clean as possible. We will have food trucks again today. We will also have more merchandise, which is running out quickly. So please, if you are interested in a tournament t-shirt, tournament tank top, long sleeve, bucket hat, or anything else of the sort, please head over to my left and get some merchandise before it runs out. Soon to have her newest single, Must Be Lonely, out on all streaming platforms on June 2nd. Please welcome Alexa Merriweather to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can we see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wonderful job, Alexa. And on that note, let's get started.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Oh, thank you.
We had a bunch of shutouts and a bunch of 4 tries yesterday. Okay. So it's going to be between Jacksonville and Jaguares.
Okay, so they'll winner that one?
Probably. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get them all written out, and then I'm going to text them out to everybody. And we can just say, this is where we're at right now.
Is that for the standings?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll just like track down Ryan and get the standings.
Yeah. Well, again, I looked at them last night, and there's going to be some wide.
That's fine. That's what I was worried about. If it was too close, and then we got to. All right.
But I will get it out to everybody in just a minute.
That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very, very good.
Thank you much.
Not a problem. Thank you for putting up with them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I only have a week left of Jake. I feel like it's about to get worse than ever.
Oh, yes. Get it all out.
Oh, man.
Who's his first game here? Washington and Wando.
We play second, right?
I don't know what day it is. Okay, let me go get the golf cart out of the way. We'll do some scouting. Okay.
Hello and welcome to our second day of competition here in lovely Ponte Vedra Beach for the third annual Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase. Bring some of the best competition and talent from across the country for U19, U16, and U14 rugby teams in the hopes of getting potential college offers and scholarships, all while making some great memories and building on their skills as rugby players. Up right now on field number 1, we've got Wando Warriors against the Eastside Lions. A competitive South Carolina versus Washington game that so far has been absolutely electric. We look for a lot out of both teams today as their second day of competition. Hopefully they can learn from their first. And in the first 4 minutes, we still remain scoreless, and it looks like Eastside Lions are going to have a back 10 penalty here, which is going to go for a kick to touch situation.
Yeah, Kieran.
And an absolutely fire-burning, incendiary kick all the way out right near the 22-meter line. A very interesting spot for a line out in such an early game. Just, we can really hope that the hooker can keep it straight through the channel, or else the fireman here might have to put something out. And a dropped ball by the Warriors, or by Eastside. Warriors recover. And let's see if and they kicked it away. Eastside having trouble gaining control of it, not really using his space very efficiently, and running into traffic there. And Washington has the advantage here. And a huge tackle by the Wando Warriors. And another fantastic kick done by the Warriors here. Eastside having a line out in this exact same spot just moments ago that went awry with a poorly thrown ball. We'll see if the Lions can take advantage of this opportunity again, or if Wando will be able to secure possession of it again. And a fantastic catch by the Lions with an attempted maul, but that maul is stalling out here and getting fully turned. Excellent defense by the Wando Warriors. And looking on our screen, you can tell that even though we're only 5 or 6 minutes into this game, everybody is already sweating and absolutely wearing out. It is, even though it's only 75 degrees here in Ponte Vedra Beach, the humidity is through the roof. I know all of us here in the broadcasting booth are sweating like a slip and slide. Right now, the real feel, about 85 degrees and humidity all the way up at 80%. With it only being 9 a.m., I do not have confidence in the rest of the day. And Wando earns themselves a line out deep in their own territory. We'll see if they have the ability to get the ball out and clear effectively. And the jump goes up, and Eastside does get a hand on it, and it looks like Eastside has recovered the ball. Oh, but a fantastic tackle over by one of Wando's flankers causes some confusion here, and Eastside is on their heels. Wando looking like a very different team defensively from yesterday. It is fantastic to see these solid counter rucks and great tackling. However, Eastside's massive front pack is definitely going to be hard to compete with, especially when it is so hot this early in the day. And we've got a kick that's up. And it stays in down the line and finally goes out of bounds, giving excellent field position to Wando for a line out that could be crucial to getting them on the board.
All right, boys, control.
This is the first time that we've been on their side of the field for the entire game. Let's see what they can do with it. This would be a fantastic time to throw to the back end of their line out for a quick ball to the rest of their backs. And the ball goes up, lands in the fireman's hands, and bounces out. And their very large centers are getting the ball out through well, all the way over to the other sideline. And Eastside steals the ball. A lot of flip-flops in possession in this game. Oh, and we've got some foot play here, and Eastside recovers the ball again, just barely. He cuts back in, and Wando gets the tackle. Oh, and Wando jackals, and another fantastic tackle. The tackling has really improved since yesterday. I think players are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, and they're letting that aggression really flow through today. And another fantastic tackle. And we've got scrum caps flying. And we've got a scrum down right here. The Eastside Lions with a very dominant pack, which we saw all day yesterday. Let's see how Wando chooses to contend. If Wando can get their second row low enough for a nice, smooth drive just over the dirt, they should be able to defend against Eastside's massive front three. We've got a great set here, and the ball gets held up in the second row over in Eastside, and the 9 had to dig it out, with Wando's 9 deciding not to contest. And a well-placed kick gets the ball up the field. Close, but no cigar to the 20-50 rule. But a great attempt by Eastside Lions. For those of you unfamiliar, the 50-22 kick is a new rule that was instituted during the last USA Rugby season, and it was vetted at Six Nations the year before, stating that if a ball is kicked past the 50-meter line over the 22-meter line for a bare minimum of a 30 to 40-meter kick, and the ball bounces in and then bounces out, in old rugby, a kick like that would have gone to the other team. However, nowadays, the team that kicked it gets the line out. So it's a hard kick to make, but worthwhile if you can make it. And a little lull in play as the ball gets back over to the site of the line out. The ref giving a quick explanation here. One of my personal favorite parts of the game is how communicative the referees are. They do a great job of explaining their point of view and exactly why they made certain calls in an effort to keep the game safe and educate players to make sure that they can follow the rules as they continue on in their careers. And a pretty good kick over by Wando. It's got some good distance. And a coach makes a hell of a catch. Somebody get him some boots. Both teams stacking their line out. When you notice that both teams are pretty competitive in the line out, you'll see they choose to add more players in an effort to increase their likelihood of maintaining possession, especially in situations like that where the ball may come loose. And Wando being able to get the ball down the line Luckily, that deflected pass goes backwards, but a tough tackle from the outside flanker of Eastside. And a squibbed kick. Oh, with a bounce, 11 not able to manage it. Wando coming up fast, but 11 gets the break, cutting through 3 defenders. This is going on his highlight reel, and a great tackle made by number 15, the fullback, on Wando. Oh, and a drop ball. Wando recovers. And Wando is back in their side of the field. Very reminiscent of the beginning of the game, but we've got a knock-on call. Another scrum in Wando's territory, but for Wando, this would be a great time for an 8-man pick or potentially a box kick from the fly half to clear that ball. Hopefully Wando can hold their ground, as the very large Eastside pack has done a fantastic job both controlling the scrum technically and physically. And a great engage, but Eastside with the early advantage in the scrum. And Eastside on a technical mistake there, driving before the ball is even fed. That has got to be a listen for the 9. I have noticed this team does not tap the ball on either of the props, so there is a little bit of miscommunication between the 9 and the Eastside front row. So that might be something they want to look to clean up in the future. And it looks like we've got a little bit of confusion. Oh, and the ref being generous here on a basic penalty. The first time the ball was never tapped. And them choosing to run the same play and running straight into traffic. That front row from Eastside steals the ball, and it is big boy time. Nobody's taking down that prop on the first step, and then the second prop gets it, and he is running for the corner. Are we going to see some large glory today? And we almost did. Oh. With 5 meters to go, let's see if Eastside can nail in the first points of the game. And we're at 2 meters. They're almost there, trying to get the ball out wide, but a drop pass. And now they're starting to lose some footage here. Good on Wando for keeping that defense where it needs to be. And getting a little scrappy in the ruck here. It's great to see the love of the game from all these players here, especially as some of them may be heading to the next level very soon. Oh, and another great run by the loosehead prop for Eastside. Some fantastic stiff arms and some great support, and it looks like the ball gets out, keeping going down the line. A one-on-one match, and he dodges him, and still we are there. We are on the try line, and Wando recovers, but we have a penalty. So we'll see what they do. It looks like the 12 might just tap and run straight. Oh, he chooses to go to the big man. Cannot blame him there. But it looks like Wando may have iced the play a little bit with the last-minute substitution. And that last-minute substitution bravely facing the front line of Eastside. Oh, we also appear to have a player down. And Mary Slover and her band of athletic trainers back again today, generously provided by the Jacksonville Axemen, the rugby league team here in North Central Florida. Mary and her team have been providing care for the Axemen over the past 5 to 6 years.
Wando, get low,
and always get high reviews. I know everybody at this tournament is in good hands with them being here.
Go to 4. One low, one high. Go low, he'll fall. You gotta go low and probably 2 guys will hit high.
And during this slight lapse in play, I would like to thank our sponsors once again, especially the St. Johns County Tourism Development Council and the St. Johns County Division of Parks and Recreation. Both organizations did so much to help this tournament get up off the ground and to continue their support through field usage, advertisement, and grant money. We cannot thank St. Johns County enough for this wonderful opportunity to host such a vital tournament in their county. Not to mention, who doesn't love the beach? And it appears that Wando replacing their loose head prop. And this is a scary place for Eastside to have a scrum. They might be able to walk it in. Oh, and they choose to go for an 8-man pick. They are on the line. This is going to be close. And they are calling a knock on. What a break for Wando. Wando staying alive with what was probably an attempted double move. And the score is still 0-0 as time runs out in this first half. Talk about a lucky break for Wando. And the kick is up. It's a short kick. And Eastside recovers. Their number 9 getting a little fancy footwork here and doing a great job putting his shoulder into contact, and a wonderful ruck by Eastside. And we've got a whistle here. An advantage going over to Eastside, it looks like. Wando now been defending for almost 5 minutes of their time. We'll see if they can keep it up. If Wando can hold on through these last minutes of this first half and go into that first half 0-0, that is huge. That provides Wando a fantastic advantage against a very aggressive Eastside team, and it gives Eastside a lot to think about in that halftime huddle. And both teams opting for a full line out and a back pod lift. Beautiful maul. Exactly what I would have done. And the ball comes out, rolls out to the 9, trying to get it down the line as fast as possible, looking for a gap, and 12 might have it. Not going down easy. Very tall for a U19 outside center. And Wando recovers the ball, trying to get it out. They are literally in the last minute of this half. If they can just hold on for a little bit longer. And we had a quick change of possession back to Eastside and then what potentially looked like a knock-on. We'll see what the ref chooses to do with his arms, which will tell us everything we need to know. We're getting a little bit of a rules explanation here. And it is a scrum down to Wando. Still a very scary place to want to be scrumming with such a large Eastside pack. If they can maintain possession and kick it out, they will be in the clear, or at very least have a line out in a more easily defendable position. Field position seems to be key in this game for both teams, where Wando is doing everything they can to defend the try line, and there's the box kick. We love to see it, and a fantastic kick. Almost to the 50-meter line. An absolute boot from the 11 on Wando. Both teams preparing for their line out. One of the most crucial parts of any rugby game is the line out. As you've seen throughout this tournament, it can decide possession, decide a try, and decide the whole fate of a game. And the ball goes up. Wando with a fantastic volleyball smack. And another great kick. Wando really stepping up their defense. Eastside with a great catch and looking to play a little bit of volley. And another fantastic kick, letting it go out. And that is half. A great first half between Wando and the Eastside Lions. Wando, a defensive wonder, leaving it 0-0 at the half. Stay with us and we'll be back.
I know, right? Oh, yeah.
I know. I was like,
That's unbelievable. That's
we're
great.
running out. We're running out of luck here.
I know, that was a good first half.
It's a great first half. And that defensive stand down there, that is stuff legends are made of.
So Joe was there. Who was in here? Where are the recruiters? Like last night, right? And because what was it? Like, you're not supposed to be having this conversation with me. And then he was like, and the Cardinals was like, you just let it roll down.
Thanks, Kristen.
I felt like he just not like the bullshitting. This is But there's a lot of rules. But like when I think of like most of them are usually players. When I think of like Jonathan Davis, like he has a podcast. He's a ref. He's one of the best. Well, you should follow him on Twitter. Or his name is Jonathan Davis. Yeah, you can get it because no one look at this. This is what he's doing. He's like, but he has so many blogs about. He's really famous now. Yeah. We don't pronounce it. Like my name is John. TH and then we don't pronounce it.
I don't think my heart can take it.
I know. But he's brilliant. But like when you see him talking, I know he's slow.
And we are back on field one for Wando Warriors versus the Eastside Lions under 19 competition. We are still 0-0 in a very close game with an aggressive Eastside offense, but a fantastic defense from the Wando Warriors, trying to stay as competitive as possible. Both teams look good in very different aspects. And we go in for an early ruck, and the ball is fumbling around. We've got Eastside coming in hot with that ruck.
Take him now, right here.
And the first kick of the second half gets up and out of bounds for our first line out of the second half. Line outs being a very deciding factor in the first half. And it looks like we're going to get another kick from number 12 on Eastside. The main kicker for the team doing a great job today with a few crucial boots.
Hold this, Fury. Hold it. Hold it.
And a little bit of a jersey mismatch. I actually think that the 12 that's been kicking is actually out on the wing.
Bro, if they asked me to play
And Eastside with a fantastic transfer pass. And we run into traffic and a little bit of a ruck here. Ruck's being very scrappy today. And some huge distance by Eastside. Eastside being very aggressive and just absolutely smothering the Wando defense today. Wando has been on its heels all game. And a huge ruck from Eastside. Wando attempting a jackal here. Oh, and a pick and go. And making some slight yardage. Eastside pressing hard, trying to get the first points of the game in the second half. And we've got a not releasing call here. A huge call, especially at this point in the game. And we'll see how Wando takes advantage of this here. And we've got a great kick. But Eastside with a fantastic catch. The wing, great hands, and got some room to run. But running into traffic again. Oh. And Eastside with a tough break going out of bounds. We will have a line out here. Just past the 50-meter mark. Oh, and it looks like we've got a knock first, so we will have a scrum. Eastside dominating the scrum all day. We'll see if Wando can keep up their defense.
Come on, Wando.
Bryson, scrum loose. Shoot out like a cannon. Bryson, scrum loose and shoot out of there, Bryson. Bryson, scrum loose. Shoot out. You're going to be loose and ready to go. You shoot out. Bryce will pick up the big if he comes through. Bryce, be ready to pick up the big. You shoot out, Bryson.
And a huge scrum here. Not as aggressive from Eastside, but a huge push. And Eastside recovers.
Go!
And Eastside trying to take care of this gap here, but the kick going just outside. Wando having trouble getting inside their own half of the field. We'll see if they can have something happen here with this line out opportunity. We've got some more action here with the 9 dishing the ball out in the fly half with a great move, dragging 3 defenders with him, and the 9 trying to cut back inside. Very technical play. Not something you would expect out of a high school team, but they're doing a fantastic job keeping the ball alive with such great and fluid movement. And we might have another scrum here. Oh, we might have another injury here. And Wando's got a sub coming in. Really hard in a tournament environment when we've got subs coming in so early. We'll see how they can deal with it throughout the rest of the day. Hopefully nobody's injured. With a lot of these teams not used to the Florida heat, we might also have a cramp here, which we saw a lot of yesterday. Luckily, the clouds are out, so the sunscreen can go away, but it is still 75 degrees, feels like 84 with humidity way too high. Why anybody chooses to live in this state, I will never know. And Eastside with the ball deep, close to their try zone. This could be a huge scrum for them. Being very dominant all day. We'll see which team has the ability with that finishing power. With the second half halfway over and still no points. Both teams want it. And there is our first try of the game. Eastside going up 5-0 over Wando. With a little over 28 minutes into the game, the Lions draw first blood. And the Eastside switching up their kicker. We'll see how he does. We've not seen him kick yet in this tournament. Taking his time, and the ball is up. And the kick is good. That puts Wando down with nothing. And Eastside Lions up by 7. We'll see if Wando can even the score, but time is running out. We'll see what options they have.
We need one try, boys.
Wando having trouble finishing a lot of their set pieces today. If Wando can just connect one or two brilliant moments of play here, they might be back in the game.
Right, kick it to Sam.
Come on, Wando.
Come on, Nod, you got this. Come on.
Do the call, Frank.
Just one score, lads. Come on.
And right after the kickoff, we're already running into some intense rucking and a handoff to one of the big men from Eastside trucking through. Nobody has been able to take him down all day. And we're going to have a scrum down for Wando, but we've got a player down for Eastside. Both teams losing quite a few players in this first match. I would just like to remind everybody at home that hydration is key. And we've got a clock stoppage here as the trainers come out into the field. All right, and with a quick break here, we get back to the scrum. Just been a pleasure to watch this Eastside team all day with their scrumming. I'm excited to see if they can continue to produce. The scrum being one of the biggest things college coaches look at going to the next level. I know yesterday when we talked to Dom from Arkansas State and from Joe from Iowa Central, both of them commented on the technical abilities in set pieces making a major factor for them in selecting forwards. But it looks like Eastside will have no problem getting their forwards to the next level, both technically and weight-wise. Oh, and making a great tackle, the Eastside flanker covering his gap like a pro. And Wando gets the ball out. Oh, and a great tackle. Fantastic by the Lions with some quick ball speed, and they might recover the ball. Oh, but a good. And now Wando utilizing their advantage. Looks like it was a diving overcall. Wando also making a substitution. Eastside with some bad luck here, and Wando another opportunity to take advantage of a penalty to get into their own half. Let's see. This could be some of the moments of brilliance I was talking about earlier, and we get a kick to touch situation, and Wando's going for the line out. This could be Wando's best opportunity of the game and their last opportunity of the game as time begins to run out. Wando has to string something together here to get themselves on the board. And the ball is dropped, recovered by Wando, and that Eastside prop just burying the Wando ball carrier. A tough play to make work. I know in my rugby experience, I've never seen it work. However, we will go back to a scrum here. a wasted opportunity, but these boys must be exhausted at this point. Going into a scrum with less than 10 minutes left. An exhausting notion. Hopefully the hour and a half they have between games will be enough. And there's a great kick by Eastside with some fantastic distance. We'll see if either team can take advantage of this opportunity at the midline. The key to victory for Eastside here is to maintain possession, but Wando will have to have a huge push offensively and try and find some gaps, and they don't even defend against the line out, looking to just get out to the line quick. And Eastside with some fantastic ball movement and the huge winger running people over but losing his balance. The fear of every large man. Oh, and a huge hit. An absolute monster shoulder. Eastside utilizing their momentum, getting it out to their lock, who will not go down. And a fantastic ruck, and the ball is out again. Eastside really picking up their ball speed here. Like a cat with a hot foot. And he tries to find a gap, but Wando shuts it and shuts him down. So right now, Eastside already eligible for 1 bonus point if they can continue this shutout, but unfortunately 3 tries away from any other bonus points. And it looks like we've got a knock on. Eastside maintaining possession.
Let's go, Lions!
And with time winding down, they are getting another scrum here. A possible death sentence for Wando. But they have persevered through so much more in this tournament. We'll see them do it again. And with the put in, and straight back through, the 9 decides to go for a grubber, and going out on the sideline. We've yet to see one of those kick throughs work for either team, but I love the idea, I love the creativity, and I love the trust in the teammates. Hopefully we'll be able to see one work out here, as they are just spectacular to watch. And it looks like that was not straight. If I was Wando, I would not want to scrum right now, but it might be their best option. Oh, and they are choosing to do it. Men braver than me. We will see how this turns out. And it looks like they decided to put some front row in the back row with Eastside's 8. You're looking at your average high school 8 to actually be just a little over 200 pounds and maybe a little bit shorter. However, with Eastside's case, they have a lot of physically demanding players out on the field. A tough forward pack to deal with for anybody. And we've got a kick. And a great recovery by Eastside. And finding some gaps here, finally getting brought down just meters away. This could be it. Eastside may secure another try in this here. And they are close. They are 2 meters out. They may just be able to push it up and pick. This is a point where Wando really needs to fan out here to be able to be a little bit more defensively proud. And it looks like the 8 we were speaking about before just had a great run, but drops the ball. And we're going to get a 5-meter scrum out of this. Would love to see a walkover here. However, a very technical side of scrumming. So even just an 8-man pick would be helpful here. And with time winding down, it would not surprise me if this is the last possession of the game. Fitting for such a large pack from Eastside to be able to go out on a scrum. Let's see if one of them can get it in the try zone. And a pretty light engage. And a slow set. Both teams seem to be extremely tired, but Eastside... And Eastside with a great recovery. Some fantastic hands in the backfield today for Eastside as well. And some great ball speed down here. And that 12 is on the run again. With that high knee stepping and out to the wing again. As long as Eastside doesn't commit any penalties, they can keep this going. And we've got a knock on. And we are going to scrum again. But we must be almost to the end of time here. I believe we are in every rugby player's worst nightmare, unofficial time. And lining up for another scrum. Eastside looking to put it away. And the ball rolls out on Wando's side. Wando trying to make a last-ditch effort. Wando looking for some magic here. If they could tie it, that would make this probably the game of the tournament. And Eastside going out to the wing. Good ball speed, but the defensive line, and he is getting pushed all the way back into his own try zone. But Wando maintains possession. Oh. He's letting him play on. It looks, and that is time. Eastside Lions with a huge win, 7-0 over Wando. A fantastic battle between an aggressive offense and a stiff defense, but the Wando Warriors not being able to put anything on the board today. And next we have the game of the U19 bracket, the Jacksonville Wolverines playing the Florida Jaguares. Florida Jaguares U19 currently leading in the standings just by 2 points over Jacksonville. So this could be the decider for the U19 bracket. Cannot wait to see if the hometown team can take it home with them or if the Florida Jaguares will be bringing the U19 trophy back to South Florida with them. Stay tuned with us.
Just graduated from and when we got here, he was just finishing up 8th grade.
And I don't think that they at all. He has no confidence. Right, and then that makes that extra second. So you have to step.
Or I'm a forward, I'm not going to pass it, right?
Play the next game.
Oh, they are skill teams, by the way. They're both skill teams.
And I told him last night, but he told me to talk about that. And that he said, I think it's confidence thing. My trust in myself, he was like, and I would know what to do. I wouldn't.
Attention all fans and spectators, we do have a slight schedule change, so please listen up. At 11 a.m. on field 2, we will have Jacksonville versus Charlotte under 16. And at 1 p.m. on field 2, we will have Jacksonville versus the Jaguares under 16. Again, a slight schedule change. At 11 a.m. on field 2, Jacksonville will play Charlotte's under 16. And at 1 p.m. on field 2, Jacksonville will play the Jaguares under 16.
Great job, Ryan.
Thank you. Try my best, man. Try my best.
Jordan, not so much.
I think we'll get the one plus team now.
It's in here. Yeah, I can do bombastic. Oh, God. That would do it. Oh, also, I got mango card up here if you want one. Mango card? You ever had it?
And we are back with the under-19 game of the tournament. The Florida Jaguares currently in first place against the hometown team, the Jacksonville Wolverines, currently in second. The weather here is slowly climbing as we get to the high 70s, but humidity is still scorching over 80% here. Both of the Florida teams should not have a problem with the weather today, but we'll see what does have an effect here. Both teams highly skilled with a good kicking game and a fantastic forward pack. However, these are two teams that will not play each other in the regular season, so this is a rare test, and we'll see who can come out on top. With Jacksonville with some early good ball movement. Oh, and Jacksonville with a potential knock-on here. Our referee, Kai, here, been in Florida for a couple of years, does a fantastic job at all levels. In fact, has been doing quite the development work towards his USA Rugby career, trying to get higher and higher level matches. So we're excited to see Kai ref a good game today. All right, and the first Wolverines line out. Again, a forward-heavy team. Let's see if they can compete. And a great ball with a fantastic catch, and it's out to the back line. A little bit of trouble right there at the fly half. The fly half recovers. Oh, and a fantastic tackle by the Jaguares. And a great kick. The Jaguares, known for the creativity in the back line and their speed. Oh, and a fantastic lean-in by the back line of the Wolverines. Please do keep in mind that the Jaguares are actually a select sides chosen from some of the best high school rugby players under the age of 19 across the state of Florida, mostly residing in southern Florida. And Jacksonville is a high school program made up of a collective of high school students only in Duval County in the Jacksonville area. So we have a local versus state type match going on. The play with what we have versus play with what we want type teams. And we'll see who can come out with the better team chemistry and the better ball skills today. And on the sideline, a very easy kick for touch with some great distance. We'll see what the Jaguares can do with a line out. For those of you just joining us, we are enjoying this second day of competition here at the Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase. Our third year here in beautiful Ponte Vedra, Florida. With the weather holding out for us, we could potentially get a little bit of thunderstorms in the afternoon here. And a fantastic maul provides some space to run for the fly half of the Jaguares, making 20-plus meters. And they're already getting the ball back to the other side of the field. Jacksonville trying to waterfall their defense so they can keep folding in and make some good tackles here. But tough to beat going coast to coast here in such a fast team like the Jaguares. And the ref is bringing it back to the spot of a penalty. And it looks like we are going to get a tap and go here. We'll see which option they opt to go with, and they kick it out. And out on the full. And we will get a line out as close as you can get it to the try zone. It would not surprise me if the Jaguares got a maul here. However, that's a little predictable. So, but they opt to maul, and let's see how Jacksonville's defense can hold up. They collapse the maul immediately. And the Jaguares opt to run no pod, no pack, and trying to get it down the line. We've got some fans thinking it's a try, and Jacksonville held it up. A fantastic goal line effort. And Jacksonville to clear. And at the end of the first 5 minutes, we are still 0-0. And we'll see what the leg of Jacksonville's 10 can do. He gets some good laces on the ball, some good distance, decides to keep it in bounds, but Jaguares with a great catch and flying down the line, their fly half gets held up from a huge number 23 from Jacksonville. Oh, and their hooker with a little bit of afraid feet there stops and plants, leading to his ultimate tackle. And Florida's offense looking a little disheveled right now with no clear setup. And a lot of people running uncovered into Jacksonville's defense. Jacksonville doing a great job staying tight on defense. And they're in trouble here. And that is a try for the Jaguares. A great job with the Jaguares getting a great angle on there, cutting in and only doing the work they need to do to put 5 points on the board. Jacksonville down and the Jaguares to attempt to convert. A little bit of a tough kick here for anyone. Slightly off to the corner. That angle is always hard to hit, and with an inconsistent wind here, it may be hard for him to plan on how to kick it. But he's got a great back step to it. And he's coming over. Let's see what he can do with getting some laces on the ball. And the kick is up. And call him Mr. Boombastic. That was fantastic. Adding 2 points to the board, putting them up 7-0 over the hometown team. We'll see how Jacksonville can react, especially after such a wonderful conversion. That was a tough kick. He should be proud. And Jacksonville trying to be a bit tricky there with a fast kick. Didn't really work out for him, so we will continue on from there. And we're going to get a scrum center to Florida. Florida doing a great job with their scrums yesterday. Let's see if they can keep it up. Jacksonville, a powerhouse in their own right for the scrums. Very technical and can get very low, so this will be a great matchup to see which set piece can outlast the other. All right. This could be crucial if Jacksonville can win this. And Jacksonville's 9 with a great attempted tackle, but the ball speed from Florida absolutely flying up. And it looks like we will get another line out here. Oh, and Jacksonville tips the line out. And since we've got a double knock, we will be scrumming again. And Florida showing that speed, getting up to the defensive line quickly and setting a fantastic ruck here, really sealing it off. Jacksonville not even contesting, but getting into some traffic over here. And Florida getting a little static ball passing here, and they're 9, quick to get the ball out, and we've got a chip kick. We'll see if it works out, and it does not. We have not seen a chip kick be successful on this field through both days, but I love the creativity and look forward to seeing it work out, hopefully, in a game soon. And it looks like they're going to line up for kick for touch, aiming to maul in a line out this close to the try zone. And a well-placed kick. Not a great spot for Jacksonville, back on their heels deep in territory they don't want to be in. Jacksonville really needs to make sure that they are watching the line out. With Florida being such a dynamic team, they could either maul it right here and try to push in, where I would look to try to not only defend the maul, but maybe collapse the maul. I'd rather take that over a score, or to make sure that the ball's not going to go out to the back line. It's a tough position to be in. And Florida opts for the maul, a very slow to set up maul. I'm a little surprised there wasn't a call from the referee there, but Jacksonville defends. Looks like we might have had a pull down there. And the Jaguares mauling again. However, Jacksonville doing a great job of keeping the ball off the ground. That's a very high rugby IQ skill right there, is that when you get close to the try zone, you really want to make sure that when you tackle, you are turning players on the back. So we've got an intentional knock on here. From our view, it didn't seem intentional. The ball got passed into him, but we'll see what the ref is going to opt to do. This referee in particular, usually pretty generous in situations like this, but we'll see if he continues his habits. And we're having a chat here with the captain. We've got a little bit of an obstructed view, but we've got a chat here. We'll see what results of it. Oh, and the ref is itching his pocket. He might be showing us some colors soon. Oh, but just a warning. Nope, I lied. There's a card. So the captain of Jacksonville staying in the game. Oh, he's giving a penalty try. Something you do not see very often. But that'll put Florida up 12-0. Jacksonville rushing. A great strategy here to get the opposition on their toes. However, they didn't really continue with the fast thing, and a little bit of a squib kick here. And it worked out. Florida knocks the ball. Jacksonville recovers. A great way to kickstart their offense. And now we're playing advantage. And a huge number 18 from Jacksonville bouncing off a defender. That Florida player is going to feel that tomorrow. Oh, but a fantastic tackle. One goes high, one goes low. And Jacksonville really stacking their rucks today to make sure that they can keep possession, especially from a Florida team that loves to counter ruck. Oh. And we may need a medic here. Number 22, the big man, tapping the back of his head, shaking it off. So as we've got an injury occurring here, you're going to notice that the points only went up by 5 during the penalty try from Florida. The reason for that is the penalty try is a gift. So referees will give you the points, but they will not give you a conversion. So 5 points is better than nothing, especially in a situation where they were so close to the try zone. But you will not see a conversion from there. But now, as the tournament progresses, in this tournament, we have seen every possible way to score in rugby except for a drop goal. A drop goal being when a player from the team that has possession of the ball does a drop kick from any distance out of the uprights, and the ball goes through the uprights. It's a very, very difficult skill to have. You don't even see it professionally done, never mind at the high school level, but it would be a treat today if we could see one of these very talented high school teams potentially make a drop goal. And we've got a break in the scrum. Kai did not like something he saw. It looks like he was saying that the front row on Florida was not close enough. About 4 years ago, USA Rugby changed the law regarding scrums, saying that all scrums must start ear to ear. It was a safety call that was made to make sure that scrums were a little bit safer. Originally, scrums on engage were very violent. Oh, we got another call here. Jacksonville walking back. And Florida with possession of the ball. We'll see what they opt to do with it, but it looks like they're going to go for a kick to touch. And the ball is up. It's got some great distance on it and almost in bounds. The ball goes out just past the 10-meter line. I call it the 30-meter line in Florida territory. So it looks like there was actually a little bit of a mistake on our end. The penalty try is an automatic 7 points. So Florida is up 14-0 with just a few minutes left in the first half. Being down by 2, Jacksonville really needs to keep this team contained. They can't be giving up costly penalties that end up in tries, which is how Florida scored both of their tries, one through a penalty try and one through a missed tackle, which led to a line out, which then led to great ball speed down the line and the Jaguares getting in. And we've got a knock on here. It looks like we're going to get another scrum. Both teams being equally ditched for scrums. We'll see who can win out on this one. With Jacksonville's put in. And both teams staying low, staying flat, and fed straight into the second row here. Florida's 9 opts not to contest, and a great kick by the back line of Jacksonville. And it goes straight out. And on that kick, almost hitting one of the tournament organizers, Melissa Butler, who I would love to thank all of the tournament organizers today. Melissa Butler for arranging our teams and assisting with our schedule. Mike Wright, who could not be here today due to his job as an airline pilot, being the president of our organization here and helping that tournament run smoothly. Mike Bischoff also assisting with logistics and field preparation, and all of our other wonderful volunteers. Oh! And Florida absolutely trucking over number 14 from Jacksonville. NFL Blitz will be calling for the highlight reel on that one. Florida with some great space to run. Jacksonville in danger of another try here. Oh, and that could be an intentional knock here. And the referee is going to provide advantage. In some situations, intentional knocks do end up leading to cards. And Florida with another try, making it 19-0. Florida starting to run away with this game at the end of the first half. We'll see what Jacksonville can do to start gaining some ground back. Not really spending a lot of time in their own half. Jacksonville, a longtime club here, been very good the past couple of years. Jacksonville making the Florida High School tournament this year, taking it all the way to semifinals, with numerous talent being scouted to Life University, Davenport, Iowa Central, and many other Division I programs. We have high expectations out of a lot of the players coming out of Jacksonville this year. And the Florida Jaguares, no different, being a select side team. They have some of the best. Also, with some great college futures coming up. And he lines up for the conversion. So far, 1 for 1 on the kicks. And a fantastic kick. And it's good, making it 21-0. Jacksonville in trouble here, heading out of the first half. Jacksonville going to need on focusing to shut down Florida's back line as they keep trying to find gaps, and when they do, they make meters. Jacksonville trying to play to their strength of a forward pack here and kicking it far back. Florida with room to run, looking for a gap and trying to get to his own back line. Hard to take down, but it looks like we've got a penalty. And we've got a tap and go here. Not really sure what that penalty was. Potentially a holding or an obstruction call. And we've got a kick for touch here. And landing on the other field. And Florida to throw this line out. Florida being very successful, converting all of their line out so far, with Jacksonville not being able to efficiently defend. This is a situation that I would love to see Jacksonville throw a jumper up, but however, really focus on trying to pull Florida's jumper through, as Florida has not taken any balls off the top. And Jacksonville competes, and a shovel pass there, and down the line the ball goes. Oh, but sliding. Making the smart decision, just staying on the ground, waiting for the ruck. Oh, and Jacksonville blocks a grubber here, and there's the overhead kick. And Jacksonville in trouble. And kicking it out. The smart decision here. That's a very heads-up play, knowing that he probably was not going to make very far. And that is halftime, folks. With Jacksonville heading in with nothing. The Jaguares 21. We'll be back.
sacaron un pie afuera, se me empujaron ahí normal, no hubo mayor, no hubo piña, no hubo nada. Estaba empujando. Uno se metió, uno de Jaguares, después se metió el otro y... Con ese fue el que estaba sacado. Sí, ese a mí me estaba diciendo que me pasaron, pero no me acuerdo. Sí, así a Gary casi le mata. Sí, es así, reaccionar bien a eso. Por eso los de otro equipo eran tan violentos, tan agresivos. Porque te hablan los padres. ¿Cómo te ven? ¿Qué? ¿Cómo te ven? Los traes, aparte. Y el trae penalti.
And we are back. Under 19 match of the tournament. Florida Jaguares select side against the Jacksonville Wolverines. The Florida Jaguares up 21-0 with 2 scored tries and 1 penalty try. We'll see if Jacksonville can come back in this half, with Florida taking advantage of every gap and penalty they can. Jacksonville needing to put together some brilliant plays here if they really want to see any points on the board. And Florida with a fantastic play here, shoving the ball all the way out to the outside and then making a great tackle out of bounds. And as we get set for the line out, we will see what Jacksonville can string together here. Notorious for their excellent set pieces, both in the scrum and the line out. We just have not seen that today. And a quick line out. It looked like the Jaguares were expecting maybe a maul. And the ball caught in the back line again. Looks like Coach Aaron Church was shifting some of his larger players out to the back line to help defend against the quick back line of the Jaguares. And we've got a back 10. And we've got a not releasing call. And we've got a kick for touch here. And a fantastic kick, getting some great distance on that, putting the Wolverines in a great field position. Probably the best field position they've been in all game. Let's see if they can make something happen here. Oh, and the ball went up, and a great line out, and he goes into the hooker channel. A great attempt. And a tough line out, or tough ruck here. Howdy, Ryan Cox.
Nice to meet you. I'm Gavin.
I see you on social media quite a bit.
Yes, whoring myself out. Absolutely.
There you go. Alrighty. All right, and we've got a little bit of a break in the play here. We'll see what gets called. But in the meantime here, I am with head coach Gavin from St. Thomas University down here in southern Florida. How are you doing today, Gavin?
I'm good, mate. A little bit hot down here, though, dude. It's amazing.
It is a little ironic coming up from South Florida to call us hot up here, but excellent. You're watching a team from down in your neck of the woods, St. Thomas University over in the Miami area, correct?
Yeah, we're in Miami Gardens, just a few minutes south of the Miami Dolphins Stadium. So yeah, it's a nice location. So I know a lot of these boys on the Florida Jaguares team. Actually, know all the guys on the Jacksonville team as well. But yeah, I came to do some scouting and see what I can pick up right before the start of next season. Obviously, August, trying to get a few guys across the line for the scholarship stuff. We've got 22 guys coming in on scholarship this next year. We're just going into our second season, so building the whole culture and club within the university has been a challenge this year. So stepping it up for season 2.
Excellent. And St. Thomas University starting their rugby program last year and finding some pretty good success this year in the FRU. For those of you that are unaware, Miami, a hotbed of rugby here in the state of Florida, with the Miami Tridents being the Division II men's contender nationally this year, and also a new Major League Rugby team coming to Miami, the Miami Sharks. Have you had any experience with that organization yet, or are they still growing?
Yeah, no, I mean, they've only got 3 employees right now, plus 2 players that they've signed, so it's pretty small. But yeah, they've been to St. Thomas and had a look around, contemplating using the facilities there. I know they've looked at a couple of other schools and parks in the area to get their facilities sorted. Obviously, St. Thomas is very new in terms of the athletic department, so everything's nice and clean and fresh. Most of the athletic department there has been built in the last 4 years, so it looks very nice. But they're working out some of the kinks to try and figure if we can actually use the facility there. And some of the owners came through, and the COO used to actually play rugby with me many years ago. So that was the initial connect. But we'll see. I'd like to be able to host them as a team. It'd be great. But yeah, they're a good set of guys. They're doing it for the right reasons. The owners are all rugby fans, so that always helps, right? But yeah, I'm seeing some really good things coming from them. Just being involved. I met the coach as well last week, so yeah, we'll see if we can host those guys, and they're definitely doing the right stuff. So
excellent, definitely a huge pipeline for rugby showing up in Miami with men's teams, women's teams, collegiate teams, and now a professional team. But back to today, you're up here, you're doing some recruiting. You're seeing some talent. What exactly are you looking for in these players that would say, hey, I want to add them to my 22 scholarships next year? What would really make your light bulb tick off when you see a player?
I'm all about making a team. I'm not interested in superstars, I'll be quite honest with you. Because from that, the way that we're doing things, and we're training 8 sessions a week. We're a varsity program, so it's full time. So I'm more looking for attitude. Obviously, the athletic ability is the main part, right? But rugby IQ combined with the athletic ability, and then just a good attitude. That's really, if I had to say something, it's the first thing I look for is the attitude. How do they react when the ball goes to ground? They flapping their hands around and cursing under their breath, or they switched on and like, let's go to the next thing. For me, that's a very good base to start with. And then in terms, I'm actually looking for a few front row forwards. So that's the first thing I look at is ankle size and how low are the hips.
So if you're looking for front rows, we've actually got a scrum going on right now. Both scrums have been very technical, very low from both teams. So if you're looking at this scrum as a recruiter, what exactly are you looking for right here that would give you an indication if you want to talk to any of these kids?
Yeah, so how they're setting up the feet is the first thing I'm looking at. So I always try to look from the bottom going up. So if you're looking at the feet setup, does that look like someone's taught them how to do that, or are they just making it up as they go along? And then I'm looking at the hip height. So a lot of what happens through the middle school age groups, you tend to get the heavier kid that's maybe what we call straight-legged. They're just locking their knees out and bending over. I'm seeing if these guys can actually bend themselves down and still have a positive upper body position. So I kind of look at that first, and then what do they do once they're moving? Are they going through the motions correctly? and are those legs pumping once they start that movement. So I'm really looking at from the bottom and moving up, seeing if every little piece is correct.
Yeah, as a front row myself, I can definitely speak to the difficult and technicality, too, of some of those pieces you were just speaking about, especially the foot position is key, or else you will definitely get pushed off the scrum, no doubt, which is excellent. So as a former rugby player yourself, what position were you playing back in your pitch days?
So I played rugby league, which I know is a bad word. Right? No blasphemy officially, but I know it's a bad word. But yeah, I played 13-a-side rugby in the UK as a kid and played a few years pro before we started traveling around. And then once you travel, you have to basically play union, right? So I played what you would refer to as second row, but basically in rugby league, a second row guy is a flanker. So yeah, flanker. And then as I got older and heavier, made my way into the front row, as we all do.
Rugby league, maybe blasphemous other places, but not here in Jacksonville, where we have our own rugby league team, the Jacksonville Axemen. Speaking of them, we do have their athletic training staff here with us, which we've seen them come out a couple times on this field. So Mary Slover doing a great job on Jacksonville Axemen, actually the National Rugby League champions last year for the United States. So But don't worry, we won't hate you for rugby league too long.
I know, it depends which town you're in, I guess, but it's true. I forget about Jacksonville Axemen being up here.
And Miami has a rugby league team as well, too.
They got SoFlo, SoFlo down there. Ryan Forster, he's doing all kinds of things with rugby now as a youngster. He was coaching the UM team this past season, and good kid. He actually played for me when I was coaching Okapi Wanderers. Good youngster, plays at scrum half, and now he's kind of getting into the coaching side of things. So, yeah, he's doing well with SoFlo and trying to get that club going, but both on the union side and the league side, which is quite impressive. He's taken on a big task, but he seems to be grinding away at it and staying consistent, which is half the battle, I think, when you're making a rugby club, right?
Yeah, two halves of the brain there, working with league and union at the same time. Definitely tough. For those people at home, let's just say somebody might be interested in getting down to the sunny palm trees of Miami and maybe playing a bit of rugby for you. They might not be here right now. Is there a way that players might be able to get in contact with you, send you tape, just say, hey, I'm interested, I'm here?
Absolutely, yeah. You can go on to, it's really easy, stu.edu. stu.edu. That's the website. You can go on there. You can look my contact information up in there and shoot me an email, or even I think my phone number's on there as well. And get it over there, and you can even put your application in, and it goes through the correct processes of admission. But I got plenty of scholarship money available for kids. I've got obviously the FAFSA stuff, the government aid. Then you've got the academic scholarships, and then most importantly the rugby scholarship. And I've got scholarships available for up to 70 players. That's authorized by the president of the university, so I'm going to go spend that money.
So
I left you speechless, didn't I?
A little bit. Me coming from where I came from college, we didn't offer rugby scholarships, and there's a lot of places across the country that don't. So having up to 70 rugby scholarships available is absolutely huge, and it's a very rare opportunity for a lot of people. So I'm really hoping you can get some good talent and really utilize that money. Why do you think that St. Thomas is really investing in rugby and offering so much money to get players there?
So about 4 years ago, the university was in trouble financially. They were about to be bought out by Barry, Barry University, just around the corner, the big enemy, I suppose, on the athletic side of things at least. And then the president that came in, he's a turnaround president. He's very aggressive with what he does. He makes sure that the schools are profitable and they're good at what they do. The kids get their education, the sports are successful, and then from there, we've got a mentality of, he built Notre Dame College rugby program. He built Thomas Moore's rugby program. This is the third university that he's worked at, and those two have been very successful. So he wants to continue in the same vein.
Excellent. So it sounds like your president firmly believes the key to a good college is a good rugby program, which I cannot complain about one bit. Florida putting up another try here, making it 26-0. Right now, they are in bonus point territory with both a shutout and 4 tries. Florida extending their lead standing-wise. If Jacksonville can't start to make a comeback in the next 8 to 10 minutes of the game, definitely tough to see. Gavin, if you were in this coaching or playing scenario where you're down 4 tries towards the end of the game, What are you telling your team on the field to either do some damage control or maybe try and get some pep in their step?
Yeah, it's at this point it's a learning process. I think, right? You've got to this Florida Jaguares team is a tough team. I think I've signed about half of these kids to the St. Thomas team, to be honest. So I know there's some good talent out there. So I'm not surprised. Although Jacksonville's been putting up a good fight, I've even got a couple of the Jacksonville kids coming up as well, down to STU. But yeah, I think it's a learning process at this point. Most of these guys over here at Jaguares are seniors, whereas I think the Jacksonville kids are a younger crowd, mostly juniors from what I can see. But going through that process and eating those tackles a little bit and sort of staying humble and learning from that, I think that's the main thing for those guys over the last few minutes of this game.
And that's absolutely fantastic. I could not agree more. Of this is a learning point at this point. I'm all for miracles, but at the same time, one try in a game is tough enough, never mind four. But it's awesome to see the program at STU growing. We've also had more high school programs in Florida growing, so rugby is definitely getting a pulse more and more and more, especially in the southeastern United States. But with the U.S. having a World Cup coming up in 2030, in the MLR growing, Miami being an example, what do you see as some of the keys to rugby continuing growing in the U.S., especially coming from a huge rugby country like the UK?
Well, one of the nice things is, while we're on that subject, Ave Maria have announced that they're going to go varsity. So for me, that's a big part of it. Because once you go varsity, then you can start attracting the real athletes that know the game, that have been playing rugby, some experience combined with the athletes, and that dangling of the carrot, the scholarship there, I think that's going to start to grow things. It happened with Title IX and women's soccer, 20, 30 years ago, right? The minute that you have that opportunity, mom and dad are then going to send little Billy down to the under-12s team locally, right? And I think that's where the development needs to be. If there's 600 or so universities in the USA that are playing rugby, about 90 to 100 of them are actually giving some kind of scholarship. It's not enough, right? So one of the big things that I saw with the opportunity at STU, I've coached kids through high school in Florida for the last 7, 8, 9 years or something. And I always end up happily sending these kids to a university where they can get scholarships. But that's always been outside the state. Now we can do that and keep these kids in Florida and start getting some recognition for it. And keep these kids in Florida so that when a kid becomes a pro or becomes a US national team player, they get that recognition in Florida. So that these, the Jacksonvilles, the Tampas, the Orlandos, and all of that, they get the credit where it's deserved, and the coaches that have developed these kids. And that for me is that's my driving force to keep it chugging along. I think the varsity programs, if they grow, then we can really start to compete at the international level as well.
Oh, for sure. And while we were talking, Florida, another try. At this point, just flexing their backline prowess, 33-0. Jacksonville really not being able to perform on their side of the field, making it tough. As we said earlier, a learning opportunity. And we are going to get a conversion here. We'll see if they can make it. But they have been 100% on their conversions. Clearly, their kicking coach has been doing something down there where these kids have been making some tough kicks today. So we'll definitely see where that goes. But back to Gavin, we're excited to see rugby keep growing. Florida actually being in a very unique spot for college rugby, as it's one of the only places in the country that you only play in-state teams. That's correct, right?
Yep. Yeah, you can. Actually, that's a question of debate right now. There was a meeting yesterday within the Florida Rugby Union for the colleges, and yes, there's Division 1, Division 2. Obviously, STU last year we won the Division 2 in our first season, and we're hoping to move up into Division 1, and then we'd be playing against FSU, UNF, UCF, all of the teams that you're all familiar with. But if that's the case, and then you kind of get capped out, and we can't play in that division because maybe we don't get promoted, then we may need to jump above and get out of Florida. And then we're playing, maybe, the Ionas and the Life in Lindenwood and traveling every other weekend. If that's what we need to do, we will. We've got the budget for it, so I'll quite happily skip over if they don't want to go to D1 next year.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation. Very similar to UF a couple of years ago when they decided to leave the SEC conference, which is the Tennessees, the Missouris, all those fun colleges to play in. But definitely some interesting debate for sure. It's been a debate for a while to see what Florida colleges can do, because it's definitely tough, especially coming out of Miami. There are no other large colleges, close Miami is about a 5-hour drive from where we are currently. Never mind getting up to the Alabamas, the Missouris, all that area. But definitely an interesting proposition, and we obviously hope the best for you. The more college rugby we can get out from Florida, the better. With UCF performing this past year in a bowl game and UF heading to Houston for the Sevens, hopefully we can start seeing STU up there heading out and doing some damage. If you had to paint a picture of what you want STU's program to look like in the next 5 years, what would you say that looks like to you?
It's going to sound horrible, but we're literally looking for a national title. And that's the job description, literally, for me. The idea was I asked for this, that, and the other. The president delivered everything, and he said, I've given you everything I asked for now. That so I'm like, okay, well, what do you need? And he's like, you've got 5 years to get me a national title. So that's the project for me for the next couple of years. And it's not far-fetched. If we can get into Division 1, I think we can be competitive against FSU, against UCF. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to get to playoffs even next year. Or next season, and then from there, okay, D1 AA to start, and then looking towards D1A is ultimately where I want to end up.
For sure, and for those of you unfamiliar, Division 1 AA has some of the schools that we know and love that are here today, like Iowa Central. I believe LSU is also down there. A lot of the SEC schools are down in Division 1 AA, and then the Division 1 schools, the powerhouses, the Dartmouth, the Browns, the Lindenwoods, the Lifes, the Davenports, the rugby royalty, if you will, the people that go on to USA Nationals and go on to play internationally. So obviously we hope the best for STU going forward, and I would love to see a national championship brought to Florida in the next 5 years. And while we were talking, we've had a fantastic maul. A little bit of a questionable defense from Jacksonville, as I saw some shoulder crawling there, which I don't remember ever being taught. But if you are on the field right now and you get a maul in that interesting kind of 22-meter zone where you're not really in danger of a try, but you are in danger of setting up a good foundation, how are you defending against a maul in that part of the field? Yeah,
you've got to really get the tight five working well together, and just getting that comes from just working on the training field and getting that. Where do you feel when you touch somebody? Where is that person? Who is it? And where are they about to put their shoulder? And that can only come from the training field. You can't figure that out on the fly. What Jaguares have been doing this particular tournament, they've been hitting their mauls a little bit deeper than normal, not in that traditional last 10 yards of the field. They've been doing it around the 40-yard mark that I noticed. The coaches are obviously friends of mine, so that was part of their game plan.
Excellent. We love to see it. Unfortunately, Jaguares absolutely running through Jacksonville today, 35-0. Just an absolute interesting game. Jaguares on top in the standings, and Jacksonville still in second place as of right now. Gavin, I want to thank you for coming up here. We'd love to hear more about STU. I highly encourage anybody that's watching today, go follow them on Instagram, go follow them on Facebook. They have a fantastic program. We love to see it. They're a huge part of the FRU, and they're a huge part of the rugby culture throughout Florida, especially through Miami. So thank you again for your time today.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me up here.
Perfect. And we will see all of you for the next game in just a few minutes.
Look at him, right on the tree.
I came here. Did you see me?
No, I just saw you now.
Oh, I'll be.
Asegúrate de que no le pides nada más, porque eso borra la otra cosa. Sí, es que eso es así, weón. A mí me manda a hacer una cosa.
Una cosa a la vez, por favor.
Oye, y hace esto, y luego hace esta otra cosa. No, una sola cosa. ¿Qué quieres que haga? Esto, porque una de las dos cosas me olvida. Ay, nosotros tenemos un litro de agua ahí. No está fría, pero tenemos agua.
No he llegado, no he llegado.
No, yo tengo agua.
Go, Wando! Hey, Jaguares! Let's go! Wando for life, baby! Let's do it!
Yeah, mate. No, thanks a lot.
The gentleman asked me if I'd like to go through.
I just had to switch on the. I wasn't meant to be prepared for it. I'm going to commentate. It's been a few months. I usually have a few days to make it prepare.
Don't give them a finger to the dog.
Yeah, I got.
They're always ready.
I know. I got 3 things this summer. That was those 3 days where I disappeared in the office. Again, I'll be back.
No, I just gonna try to get a video here.
Really good. Okay.
Yeah, dude, you gave me a hook the other day, and I remember. I must have, one time I stood next to you, maybe I was here, and then one time I was like that.
You saw that picture from last year? We're going out where he and you were at. I think she took it. Oh man, I have that on Instagram.
It was a gathering family.
All right, so we drove 5 hours south to play the game. We usually drive 5 hours north.
And we are back with the Wando Warriors against the Charlotte Cardinals U19 matchup. Both teams winless, so somebody will be walking out with their first win of the tournament after this game. And this will decide who is going home at the bottom of the standings list. And we've got a great clear starting off from Wando, playing a little bit of a volley over here, and a great catch. Wando on the attack. And looks like Wando about to get the ball out. Wando in the maroon and Charlotte in stripes. We've got some high expectations out of both teams. Oh, and a little bit of afterplay there in the ruck. In both teams, Charlotte getting a good defensive line set up, and Wando really running their pods over. And Wando's lock refusing to go down, but with support. But Charlotte challenging. Oh. And Wando really focusing on those pods today. And with a small chip kick. Oh, the Cardinals, they hit it backwards, but they recover, and he's got room to run, looking for a hole. He might get it. And brought down by one of the centers on Wando. Oh, and a brave number 16 counter-rucks by himself, causes the disturbance, and Charlotte recovers by stacking the ruck. Oh, but Wando fighting for the ball. And a good counter ruck, but that prop is going to be hard to shut down. And great counter timing by Wando. They are looking alive for this first game in the first 2 minutes in. Oh, and Charlotte drops the ball. Wando recovers, playing the advantage. And our referee for the game, colloquially known as Kiwi, choosing to opt for advantage in that situation. And Kiwi blowing it up there, bringing it back to the side of the knock-on. We've got our first scrum of the game here. Neither team performing above average in the scrums for this tournament, so let's see how they perform against each other. Charlotte with some pretty large front rows, but Wando showing their prowess earlier against Eastside, being able to defend dominant scrums. So we'll see how that continues today. Oh, we've lost some mouth protection there. Key. We like to keep all of our teeth in this game. And we've got a good bind there. A low scrum and a good put in. And Charlotte gets a good push, but Wando defends. Wando breaking the line a little bit. And the 13's got some space to run. Looked for the offload, but nothing there. Good ruck. And Wando stacking the pig pile. The 9 having to dig the ball out. And coming back in towards the ruck. Classic forward pod movement. And Wando on the attack, doing everything they can to pound against this defensive line and doing a great job, making some solid gains, and it's out to the back line. Back line ends up cutting back in. And Wando is playing on their side of the field for the first time all day. Oh, and a good stiff arm, but he trips. This is where we love to see that aggression for the game. And a 9 pick with plenty of room. But he gets caught. Great defense and a good offload. Charlotte in trouble, but he comes up from behind, meters away from scoring a try. Wando might get on the board here. And we've got a slowdown of play. It looks like we might get a pick and go here. We are at the 1 meter line. Anything can happen here. We'll see how Charlotte can defend the goal line. A very tough notion in this sport. And the ball is free for the taking. They're going to go for the pick again. This tactic originally being popularized in the United Kingdom for their rough and tumble forwards. The pick and go off side to side and then out to the backs. We've yet to see it go out to the back line in this goal line attempt, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see it soon. And there's the try. Wando getting on the board for the first time today. That is a 5-0 lead for Wando, and we will see if they can make the conversion as the ref pulls the pile apart. Not sure who to give credit for the actual try to. However, this whole phase, starting out with the number 9 breakaway, it's great to see a little bit of speed on the back end for Wando after playing a very forwards-heavy game this morning. And with an easy lineup dead center for the conversion, he still does his prowess and lines it up straight. A man of habit. We love to see it. Some may call him superstitious. Others call him efficient. I call him the scrum half. And just over the top bar. And that will make it 7-0 Wando. Charlotte already having a slope to climb here. And now with 7 points on the board, they need to respond. Both teams taking their time on the way back. They might be on a little bit on the tired side, again, as it is almost 80 degrees with 80% humidity. The breeze has picked up, though, thankfully enough. But we will see how it changes things. These are the only two teams that see each other in the regular season. So this is a matchup from earlier this year where Charlotte came out on top. So Wando looking for a little bit of revenge here for their regular season loss to Charlotte.
Got him yesterday.
All right, a little bit more specifics on the weather. The weather has climbed to 84 degrees with feels like over 90, but thankfully the humidity has broken just a little bit, creeping down to 65%. We'll see how teams can face this natural adversity and hopefully stay hydrated. Oh, and a great ruck and a great counter ruck by Wando, going with the classic capture the leg and pull over. And Wando retains possession of the ball. Probably going to go for a kick for touch here. And with this line out, Wando may be able to set up another try here. Already up 7-0. We'll see if they can expand that lead. And we will see what Wando can do here. Great throw down the channel, but Charlotte recovers. Both teams currently last in the standings, so whoever can win will be putting themselves currently in 4th place for U19s. Just a refresher, it's 3 points for a win, nothing for a loss, 1 point for a tie, and a bonus point is given if you get a shutout, and another bonus point is given for 4 tries scored in a game. So currently, in the U19 division, our standings have not changed very much since the end of yesterday, only with one game being played. We've got the U19 Jaguares at the top of the board for points, Jacksonville sitting in 2nd and Eastside sitting in 3rd. So whoever wins this game will be in the 4th place slot. For U16s, the Jaguares still sitting on top and Charlotte in 2nd, Jacksonville sitting in last. We'll be able to update you further on those as scores come in from the second field. And we've got a great counter ruck, which leads to stolen ball, but then a hospital pass where the defender already had him wrapped up before he even caught the ball. And it looks like Charlotte may recover again, but there is a pig pile. And we've got diving over here. And Wando taking advantage of the quick tap here and setting up a ruck of good offensive position. They are looking to charge for another try here. But Charlotte, another fantastic counter ruck. But Wando gets the advantage. Those penalties off the ruck are hurting Charlotte quite a bit in this game. Granted, easy penalties to get, but still something to be mindful for these young players. And Kiwi bringing it back to the advantage. So it looks like Wando is going to get the scrum here. Again, Wando having the better of the two scrums. We'll see if Charlotte can defend. And Wando with the ball, but Charlotte quick on defense. Wando cutting in for room to run. This might spell bad news, but he drops the ball, goes backwards. And Charlotte's getting the knock-on advantage. Ooh, Charlotte with a late counter ruck, but he helps him up. That is the sportsmanship we love to see right there. We're friends on and off the pitch. And Charlotte's going to get the scrum down here. We'll see what kind of push we can get.
Like a rocket, Bryson. Like a rocket ship.
No, Wando.
And we've got a good bind here with both scrums looking pretty good, and Kiwi doesn't like what he sees. Oh, yeah, he's saying that he thinks that both front rows are playing games a little bit. Very ubiquitous of the front row position is you want to try and psych out your opponent a little bit. Is it's the only place in the scrum you're actually making contact with the other team. So a little bit of black magic goes a long way sometimes. Looks like Charlotte starts to turn the scrum. Another thing that was made illegal a few years ago from USA Rugby. A lot of changes to the scrum the past couple of years, which has been a little controversial, but for those of us still playing, we love to see it. I've never felt safer, unlike the man that just got pummeled by Wando. Oh, and that big number 3, taking it in, taking a shoulder, and securing the ruck. We got a little bit of a pick pile going on, but the 9 can dig it out. Oh, and he stays in. Good on that 8, staying in bounds, but getting worked around a little bit. Wando doing everything they can to clear out these rucks, both offensive and defensively. And I would love to see a weak side throw here. And we keep going in there. Wando able to cover the space. Oh, and it looks like we've got an injury. Stop of the clock. Charlotte taking a second to recover from some of those collisions. Kiwi calling the trainer over. The trainer, probably the fastest one of the bunch, definitely has the best 40 time, as she just made it from that tent to that player in just a couple seconds. Props to her. And it's Mary Slover herself, a VIP for the injury. And both teams grabbing water. There is still some time left in the half. About 7 or so minutes. It's definitely tough for both teams as we sit here and we watch them suck down as much water and air as possible. The humidity is an absolute game changer for a lot of players. Feels like you're being wrapped in a blanket while you're playing. It just makes it very uncomfortable, very sweaty, very quickly. Especially in rugby kits, which are notorious for being a little bit thicker than your average sports jersey. Unlike football uniforms where you have pads and then a mesh shirt over top, rugby kits have to be able to withstand being pulled, jerked, and tackled directly on the skin, so they're usually a little bit of a thicker material, which here in Florida is absolute murder. However, we are very blessed that nowadays we have gotten past the long sleeve cotton jerseys that any player from 1980 or older will brag about playing in Florida. They also got sweaty, but they did it in style. Both teams wearing what we call a tight collared shirt, which is great for preventing anyone trying to grab around the collar, but very uncomfortable in hot conditions like this. You would not see any of these jersey types in Florida teams because we don't like the feeling of being strangled. We're already being strangled by Florida's natural weather. And play to restart here with the scrum, and Charlotte's put in. Kiwi watching the scrum very closely, having elected some advice multiple times to both teams. And the put in straight to the second row, pops right out, and the 9 getting pummeled a little bit from 2 of the Wando players, and the 14 winger running straight into traffic, bobbling the ball. And we'll see what Kiwi says. The arm goes up, and we've got a knock on. And a quick tap and go from Wando. Charlotte off guard. He makes some distance, Both teams being very good at their quick taps today, but Wando putting in maybe one too many people into the scrum, and he tries the fake, but forwards don't fake. Oh, and the weak side, he has to be careful. Ball comes out, bobbles, and Kiwi's going to allow play on, watching the ball, calling it off. And Wando all over the Charlotte team now that they're in possession. Charlotte getting bunched up a little bit and lacking depth. It's definitely going to be hard for them to penetrate Wando's pretty solid defensive line without any speed. We'll see if they're able to make that adjustment going forward. Oh, and the one-handed catch, Odell Beckham would be proud. But the ref has decided that is a dead ball. And he's bringing it back for a scrum over here. A lot of scrummaging in this game. Can really attest to the amount of change of possession in this game as well. A lot of possession changes generally means a lot of scrums, as scrum is a possession-based penalty. Oh, and he opts for the kick. And he gets some healthy distance there, just past the 50-meter mark of the field. We'll see if Charlotte can do something with this line out. Unable to really get their offense going, and Wando keeping them pressed at their own 35-meter line. Again, Wando with a 7-0 lead. We'll see if they can keep it up. And the ball goes up. Charlotte gets it. A little slow off the top, which is fine. Oh, a catch and pass, ruining the momentum. But Charlotte still being able to make some distance. And Charlotte gets the advantage. And there's the jackal and the call back. Wando playing their get-out-of-jail-free card a little soon. And Wando is subbing in. Oh, and there's the kick up, and we will get another line out. Oh, it stayed in. Wando on the attack. Not a lot of room to run. Might be a good time to kick it. But Forrest Gump over here making some fantastic space. Oh, but Charlotte recovers. Oh, and it's an absolute pig pile. There we go, and Wando keeps the ball. Forrest Gump is not in vain. And we will probably see a kick. Oh, no kick. It's a tap, and he's going for pods. They want it all. But Charlotte knocks the ball loose, and the referee blows it up. So we've got another tap and go here. Wando running tall, but the prop from Charlotte saying, "Not in my house." And Wando slow on getting the ball out. Fans letting us know their opinion, despite not wearing any boots or a jersey. One of our favorite things about this sport is how vocal our fans are, sometimes giving great advice and other times giving less than great advice. But now we've got a scrum right here. We'll see if Charlotte can take advantage on the right side of the field for them. An 8-man pick to the weak side could be super strong for them, especially with such a speedy number 8. It might be the only chance they get to really make some distance. The ball comes fumbling out with little effort, and Wando absolutely pummels the fly half from Charlotte. Wando recovers the ball. Wando really increasing their tackling ability. That flanker from Wando doing a great job. Number 7, we've seen a lot of wonderful runs from him. He is a hard runner and an even harder tackler. Would love to see where he's going in the future. Wando stacking their ruck again, trying to pick up the ball speed here. The 9 a little slow on the ball out. And a great tackle by Charlotte. And a lone run by the number 8. The Stars and Stripes can't protect him there, only on his head, but he is not going down lightly. And there he goes, finally down. A strong placement, the 9 getting the ball out. Ball tumbles, and the referee says it went backwards. Thankfully for Wando, able to keep their momentum up. A little high on the pass, keep going through though. He's got room to run. A good stiff arm. Number 12. Hard to tackle him legally in that sense, but number 10 does it. Oh, and there's an advantage. However, the tackled player might still be down. He's slow to get up. We'll see if Wando can put one in before half, though. Oh, and that player is still taking his time getting up. And with seconds running out in the half, we'll see if Wando can extend their lead by 7. Oh, and a great run around the side. Charlotte just absolutely smothers him, though. This may be a good time to get it out to their back line. Instead of risking the ball here, Charlotte gets the ball back. There's been a turnover. A smart move here would be to kick it out, either get a line out or end the half. And there's a knock. Look, we've got a scrum to Wando with the sub coming out for number 12 and the trainer running over, just making sure he's okay. Let's see if Wando can get a big push here and out to their backs. Looks like they've got a lot of room. Over to the left side of the field, Charlotte deciding not to cover that side. We'll see if Wando can take advantage. They've got lineups out there. That would be the smart thing to do here. But they've been a fan of the big man pick and go in this 10-meter area. We'll see if they continue that habit. And Kiwi not liking what he sees again. One of the advantages of having Mr. Nelson as a ref here is he is big on scrums, and at such a young age, it's very important that they learn scrums in a technical aspect, which we've heard from all 3 coaches we've had up here, that they really look for those technical front rows, which is a hard skill to develop, especially at the high school level. And Charlotte with the put in. And starting to go into unofficial time here. This will be the last possession. And Charlotte ball out. They kick it. And they kick the ball out. That is half. Wando 7, Cardinals 0. And we will see what they can do with another 20 minutes on the clock. We will be back. And we are back with an electric Wando team. 7-0 over the Charlotte Cardinals. This is the only matchup we have that matched up in the regular season. Charlotte beating them then. So Wando out for revenge. And they've been doing a great job so far, keeping the ball in the other half of the field. And Charlotte doing their best to defend, occasionally, letting some stuff slip. But everybody doing an absolutely magical job here. Especially with Charlotte wielding their substantial front rows. And it looks like they actually traded some of them out, so we might see some great pack play from Charlotte going into this half, where the next 20 minutes will decide their fate in the standings. And we've got a ruck. Wando slowing it down a little bit, but they've got room to run around the corner, and he gets the offload, and they are in the corner here. They are in try territory. And they get the long pass over, trying to get to the other side of the field. He's got a gap. He's running. He may be in for a try pretty soon. And they are down to the 2-meter line. Wando out the gate, doing their best. And there's the try. 12-0 Wando, putting more money on the board here. And they are absolutely electric. For some of these U19 players, it is their last hurrah, and they are looking to seal at least some victory in for them. And we will see if they can make the conversion to make it 14-0. Charlotte in a bad way over here, going down 14-0 in their own side of the field with about 18 minutes left. They're really going to have to pick up the pace, really work on their defensive capabilities here to stop allowing so many gaps for them to cut through. Wando finding the hole. And the kick is up. And the kick is good. That is 14-0 to the Wando Warriors. Out of the Carolinas, right there next to Charlotte. Charlotte must be reconsidering their game plan right about now. But Charlotte showing some signs of life through their set pieces. So Charlotte to kick, taking their time, probably feeling this Florida heat right now. And Wando with their war cry. I'm scared all the way up here in the booth. And the kick is up. They loft it going towards the back, and they've got room to run. Oh, and Charlotte steals the ball back. An excellent field position. If they can build on this momentum, this could be their chance. But the ball comes loose, tries to play soccer with it, and they're still trying to play soccer with it. We've got some rumbling, bumbling, fumbling of the ball, and an absolute bullet of a tackle coming out of Charlotte trying to recover the ball, and they might get it. And Charlotte's playing with advantage. Wando doing everything they can in the counter ruck. Charlotte room to run if he got one more, but Wando says, not in my house. And Charlotte jumps on it. They're going to go back to the site of the original knock-on. And it's a not rolling away call, so we will have a back 10 here. Be a great place for Charlotte to go for points. Or not. We've got a kick for touch here, and we will see what they can do with this line out. Charlotte going 50% on their lineouts today. Wando may have the opportunity to steal it. They've got a wonderfully tall front jumper. We'll see how they opt to defend. And this is Charlotte's first time on this side of the field. They've not been inside Wando's 22 at all this game. Let's see if they can make something of it. And Charlotte going to the first pod. Looks like Wando cutting through the line. Great contact off the ball. And Wando's flankers on the hunt. And a substantial number 19 carries the ball for Charlotte. And our referee decides to call a high tackle. And the Cardinals will get another opportunity here. Let's make sure they don't waste it. And the ball goes off to the big man. Oh, and that was not happening. Wando. And Wando going to get called for a no attempt at a wrap. And we've got a card coming. Kurt Cobain could be going to the sin bin. And there is the card. We've got a yellow card for no wrapping. Remember, you cannot check people in this sport as it is not very nice. And Wando will be down a player. We'll see if that causes an issue. Charlotte should be taking an opportunity. They're in the field position, and they have the player advantage. Oh, and Wando performing a wonderful rake to get the ball player over. And this may be Charlotte's first opportunity at scoring. And Charlotte getting in for their first try and making it 5-14 with Wando still on top. We'll see if they can make the conversion. And in another bout of good news for Charlotte, we can officially announce that their U14 team is taking home the #1 trophy for us here at the Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase. Charlotte having a tough time with their U19 and their U16 teams in the tournament. We're excited to see their U14s walk away with some hardware. Andy lines up the kick. About to get some laces on it. The wind is picking up. We'll see if it makes for a factor here. And the slow walk up. And drills it through. 7-14. Charlotte getting points on the board, but Wando still on top. With about 15 minutes left in the game, we'll see which team can continue their momentum. Wando getting some bad luck with the yellow card right there. Could have been the cause for this try. We'll see if they can manage them being down a player for the next 10 minutes. Before Dave Grohl can make an appearance back on the field. And Wando to kick off. And the ball is up. Goes to one side. Oh, and Wando hits it back. And everybody is on sides, but they regret to touch it. And the 9 from Wando taking in the contact. And it's out of bounds. Looks like we will be getting... Oh, not even calling the out of bounds. He went for the over the top. Oh, and the behind the back, all black style offload. Doesn't necessarily work out for Wando. And it's going to be an outside the 22 line out, a very dangerous place for a line out in the rugby field because you get the option of both having a territory for a maul, but also the option to get out to the back line. Be very interesting to see where Wando decides to go with this. They have not been the mauling team in this tournament, but now could be a good time to change up some tactics. And the jumper goes up, they go down, and they do maul, but they start to get held up. Charlotte's sheer weight and mass just makes it difficult, as the 6 from Wando just ran into a straight-up brick wall. And Wando trying to make it down the field. Charlotte doing a great job of interrupting their momentum. And Wando slides in for another try. Chris Novalsek steps away from the base for just a minute to be able to slide in there for a try. And that will put them up 19-7 above Charlotte. We'll see if they can get the conversion in there. Some of the Wando players a little slow to get up. Number 16, the one that ran into the human brick wall, understandably not feeling too hot. And Wando for the conversion. Doing well with conversions today. Notoriously a little close to the bottom bar, but should be a pretty straightforward kick, and we should hopefully see it go through the uprights to extend their lead 21-7. Putting Wando in area for bonus points if they can get one more try in the next 10 minutes. And the scrum half places the ball. Man of routine, love to see it. Gets a rather large walk back, runs up, boots it through, and it's good. The white Kia behind the goalposts, maybe not so much, but that conversion was good for an additional 2 points, making it 21-7 Wando. Wando, with a lack of points throughout the tournament, refreshing to see them put a couple tries on the board for surely going to be making the drive home a little bit more manageable. And we've got a Wando fan section in front of us singing it like Chad Channing. And Charlotte with the arched kick. The big man from Wando back in from his yellow card, letting it bounce. And Wando securing a solid ruck. Oh! And number 23 from Charlotte taking it straight to the face for the good of the team. And another great block. Charlotte almost able to recover. Wando is the one that recovers it, though. Great handoff. And Wando powering through, high-stepping it, getting as many meters as he can as Charlotte gets back to cover the gaps. And some more pod play coming out of Wando with a quick offload. It goes backwards, though, but Charlotte's getting the advantage. Looks like we'll be getting a scrum to Charlotte. And a quick substitution as time begins to run down. Some fresh legs could never hurt. For those of you just joining us, we welcome you to the second day of competition for the third annual Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase. A lot of great action over here on Field 1 throughout the day. As right now we're watching Wando 21 over Charlotte 7. Wando really starting to kick up the U19 competition with potentially their first win of the day and first win of the tournament on the line here against Charlotte, another team who has not had some great luck. We look forward to seeing it in the next couple of minutes as time begins to wind down. Charlotte scoring their first try of the tournament, but just a few minutes ago, to make it 7-21. Another great piece of news for them at the same time was actually their U14 program taking home the trophy in their final match today. So they will be heading home with some hardware here for their trophy cabinets. It would be great to see their U16 and U19 teams maybe put up a second or third place trophy as well. Charlotte having a little bit of trouble here, and it looks like we are getting a penalty for not rolling away, giving a back 10. So Charlotte on the offensive again. I would like to, and a great tackle by Wando. They're really getting low on their tackles today and doing a great job of showing them getting pinned in the ruck. So Wando doing a fantastic job today of really making sure their tackles are clean and their tackles are very clear to the ref. Oh, and Charlotte pounding, trying to get into the try zone there, just meters away here. And it looks like we've got a penalty right on the try line. Charlotte's going to try and put it in right here, probably giving it to the big man right there, number 3. Moments from glory for a big man try, still a meter away. Just 3 feet separate him, and a great story to tell at school on Monday. And there is a pig pile going on. Ball starts to get loose. We've got cleats flying. And Charlotte wants this. If they can get this try, they may be in range to get a tie. Going back to the big man here, number 3, powering through. Wando doing a great job getting him to the ground. And we'll see if they can take it off here. They're still coming through. Almost a double move there. They're still within that 1 meter line. And Wando doing a fantastic job keeping the ball alive. And that could be in. There's the try for Charlotte. Number 9 on Wando, not liking that. And it is now 12-21. Wando's still on top, but now Charlotte is competing. If they can make the conversion, they will be 1 try away from a tie game. While we get set up for this kick, I want to make sure that our sponsors have been properly thanked for a wonderful tournament so far. Especially the St. Johns County Tourism Development Council and the St. Johns County Parks and Recreation Department for allowing us use of the fields today, assisting us in the setup and paperwork to get this event going, and for the grant money that helps bring all of these wonderful high school teams to North Central Florida, and allowing the college coaches to come meet them. We've already heard some rumors of some scholarships getting signed, people making some moves on their future during this weekend, which we absolutely love to hear. These rugby players being able to take their game to the next level and to take their education to the next level. That's also in part with TSI Cares, a wonderful sponsor. They were here yesterday handing out snacks and water. I'd like to thank Mary Slover of the Jacksonville Axemen organization for supplying athletic trainers today and medical care. We've seen them quite a bit doing their job and being fantastic healthcare professionals and ambassadors of League Rugby in Florida. Another thank to Mike Wright, our board president, Melissa Butler, Mike Bischoff, and our social media chair, Jen, all doing some wonderful work today to make sure that all the wonderful play and relationships that have been built over this weekend were able to happen. I'd also like to thank the World Golf Village Renaissance Hotel, a Marriott hotel, for hosting most of our teams for this hotel and providing us space for breakfast, our college expo, team meetings, college meetings, so on and so forth, and for providing a fantastic venue that these students will remember for the long time coming. I'd also like to thank Morehouse Media for the broadcasting equipment and for the broadcast mixing that you are watching right now. So thank you to Tristan Morehouse for developing all of this. As we continue on with play, where Wando gets ready for the kickoff and hopes to survive the next 2 minutes with their first win of the day. And that missing the conversion was huge. So Charlotte will have to work a little harder to win the game. And it looks like we've got a knock on. And Wando will get a scrum here. This could be controversial for them in the sense of they could get another try off here where they've scored one of their tries off a scrum earlier today. So we'll see if they can get an 8-man pick and wrap right around. If I was Charlotte, I might be spreading my defense out a little bit more and be telling that strong side flanker to watch out for the 8-man. And there's the 8-man pick. The flanker not coming around in time. Ball gets all the way down, goes to the sideline. Number 18 with a wild offload and advantage being given to Charlotte. There's the whistle for the advantage. And there's the forward pass. Sometimes we can get a little frantic with those passes, especially when we are within that 22-meter zone. So a little bit of a stop in momentum, but we will be getting another scrum going towards Charlotte. We'll see if they can get the ball out for a kick fast enough. This is not a territory they want to be in. And as time begins to wind down, this very well may be the last possession for Charlotte. And the 8 showing up late to his own party. Oh, and the kick stays in bounds with a huge bounce. And not a lot of room to run. Good tackle, though, straight into the ruck and not releasing. So Charlotte gets the ball. And now we've got knocked back 10. Charlotte just getting 20 free meters. Charlotte can take advantage. Then there's a high tackle. Oh, and the high tackler is not getting up. Oh, and a vicious tackle by Wando. Oh, and he's grabbing his shoulder. One of the joints you never want to see somebody grabbing in a rugby game. We hope he's okay. And there's the trainer. And he's slowly starting to get up. Coach is calling for water, trying to keep their guys hydrated. They both have one game left today, I believe. So looking out on the schedule, this is Wando's last game of the tournament. We'd love to see them go out in style, with Charlotte having one more game today. And Charlotte opting to kick it out a little risky right now, as then we are in potentially almost a stoppage time. But the referee allowing play on. This lineout will be their last chance to score. If they can't make something happen off this lineout, Wando will walk away with their first win and only win of the tournament, and they'll be able to drive home with their heads held high. Oh, and they go for the big man play. A smart play there. Hard to defend for the quick line out. And Wando digging for the ball, getting yelled at for a jackal. And we've got an absolute pig pile here. The sideline being the friend of Wando right now, acting as another defender. Oh. And the coach getting yelled at for Wando. Tempers running high, heat running high. Oh, and Kiwi having none of it. This could spell trouble for the Warriors. Oh, we've got the hand motions of an unpleased man. And the referee looks like he's going to let it slide. And the Cardinals playing on borrowed time. But meters away from the try zone, we have a scrum here. This is the definition of do or die for both teams. Wando cannot afford to allow them a score. But even with a conversion, Charlotte can only get to 19 right now. So Wando does have a little bit of breathing room, but still would not want to allow that try in there. And it looks like the scrum collapsed. We'll see what the referee opts to do. And we set up for a scrum again. And there's the tap. Ball goes in. Ball has not come out yet. Ball comes out of the side of the scrum. And an advantage to Charlotte. And we've got a back 10 situation here on the goal line. They're going to try and ram it in. And there is a try for Charlotte. That makes it 21-17. Wando still on top. This has got to be the end of the game. We are in borrowed time here. So we'll see what the result is. Even if they make the conversion, it will not change the outcome. But it will help him on the stat sheet. It's times like this I miss the rugby's old rule of the you make it, you take it. Where if you scored the try, you would also kick it. A fantastic old tradition that stopped when rugby teams realized that when forwards score, they can't kick. And the kick is up. And the kick is good. That makes it 19-21. That is the end of the game. Wando walking away with their only win of the tournament in a dramatic fashion. One of the closest games we've had this entire tournament. Good on both teams, playing fantastically. Wando with a great defense, giving up a couple points in the past few minutes, but enough to hold on. So Wando walking away with 21. The Charlotte Cardinals walking away with 19. And we've got another game coming up soon here in the next few minutes. And it will be the Eastside Lions against Jacksonville. Eastside coming off a win. Jacksonville U19 coming off a loss. This will be very interesting to see how the next game goes. You stick with us. Do you want anything? All right.
You know what? When I talked to this, I had my son from Eastside, and I talked to him. He was shocked. But
You guys, I'm sorry, you guys are staying for the game?
yeah, I'm sitting out. Nellie's just going to cover up the shoes, and then one of us is right here. Yeah, he's like that. But I talked with him, and he enlightened me and kind of talked to me.
Let's go one more time, guys. Just one more time. Guys. Magic. Kristen, let's go. Let's see you.
And you haven't. I mean, you.
Go, Bucky.
Go Lions!
You got it. You can let it's too pressure. Well, he's wobbling. He's still moving. It's not like he's got this. Why you're saying like,
Go, Dan!
well, no, the only reason I would say, well, I mean,
Let's go, Tristan, let's go!
I mean, he's
And there was out.
I'm gonna need this.
he's got it. Steady on the tail,
Good job, Dave!
it's my friend. Remember, like in international football,
And we are back here in Ponte Vedra Beach with Jacksonville playing the Eastside Lions under 19. Jacksonville coming off a loss this morning, Eastside coming off a win. We're very excited to see how this goes. In the booth with me right now, we have one of the referees from today. We've got Kai. How you doing today, sir?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
I am excellent. So Kai, tell me, you've been a referee in rugby for a couple of years. I know you've refed some of the matches that I've been in. I've seen you reffing at a bunch of different levels. What got you to refereeing, and especially what got you to refereeing at the high school level too?
Yeah, so I was in high school. It was the end of my sophomore year. My dad had just started getting back into rugby. He had become a referee the year before. He was trying to convince me to get into refereeing. I wasn't interested. And eventually, he just signed me up for a course, took the course, refed and played for my junior year for a little bit, and just really started to enjoy it. Then got a fantastic opportunity to go to the CRCs in 2019, and after that decided to stop playing and just referee full time.
Excellent, and I know that you've refereed quite a bit across Florida and across the U.S. In your opinion, what is the biggest refereeing opportunity you've had in your career so far?
Last year, I was the recipient to the USA Rugby Don Morrison Scholarship. So that was a trip for 2 referees to be embedded with the USA Junior National teams, so the U18s, 20s, and 23s, out in Amsterdam in the Netherlands for an international youth tournament. So that, I think, by far has probably been my biggest opportunity to date.
That's excellent. The more that we can grow the refereeing pool and the refereeing knowledge, obviously the more the game is going to grow. And like I said before, I've seen you ref at a bunch of different levels. What would you say your favorite level of rugby is to ref, whether that be U19, U16, men's, women's, or national Florida? What's your favorite situation to be refereeing in?
It's a bit of a tricky question. They all have their pros, they all have their cons. I think, you look at Florida rugby in general, let's say men's Division 2, men's Division 3, maybe a bit more structured compared to high school rugby, purely just because there's a bit more experience in there. So from a managerial standpoint, sometimes it's easier to get the players to listen to you. But high school rugby kind of throws anything at you, right? So you're always staying on your toes. You don't know whether it's which way the ball's going or what's happening next. So I think from that standpoint, high school rugby can be, very enjoyable to referee. For instance, I had a game last night. It was Eastside Lions versus Charlotte, I want to say. Very one-sided game. I think we ended up at 31-0, but just walked off the field with a smile on my face. The players were having a good time. I was having a good time. Smiles, jokes were being cracked, and it was like, you know what? That's why I do it.
Oh, for sure, and definitely. And high school rugby also provides a different atmosphere for referees as well, because I know that the older rugby players get sometimes a little bit nastier towards refs they can be. But with becoming a referee, if there's anybody that's listening that might be interested in reffing or they just started reffing, what's some advice you might give somebody that might be new to that side of the ball?
Just learn. Be a bit of a sponge, take in what you can. Obviously read the law book. Keep watching rugby. I mean, if you've been playing for a while, you at least have a decent understanding. Use the empathy you have towards the players to your benefit, because I think referees start to lose that over time. But I mean, just give it a crack, and remember, at the end of the day, as a referee, you shouldn't be reffing for yourself, right? Because the game isn't about you, it's about the players, it's about the coaches, it's about the spectators. So the goal should always just be letting the players have the best possible game that they can, because they've trained for something. Let them play their game plan. Don't interfere and get involved too much.
For sure, and as we've been speaking, we've had quite a bit of action here going on with Jacksonville having a great breakaway and getting broken off, and a huge back and forth with the fullback from the east side coming over here. Looks like we're getting a little scrummy too. Sometimes, especially at the high school level, rucks like this can get pretty messy. As a referee, how do you set yourself up for success when you're getting these messy situations to make sure that you're making the best call that you can?
It's about player management, right? So in 15s more so than 7s, you want to try and just be talking players away from penalties. So, for instance, encourage the player to roll away, encourage the player to stay on his feet, come in through the gate. If it gets messy like we have just seen, where players are just hitting the deck, players aren't getting out the way, the main thing you want to focus on is just find that first infringement, because that first infringement is what led to the others. So you don't want to be penalising a kid 3 infringements later, and he's like, well, I didn't have a choice. And he's right, he didn't. So find that first infringement, get the game cleaned up early, and hopefully the players can, rise up to the standard and maintain that standard for a nice clean game.
For sure, and that's what we love to see, especially as USA Rugby has been changing a lot of rules in the past couple of years to make the area around a ruck safer, to make the ruck safer, to make the sport safer in general. Especially with right now, there's some controversy over a rule coming up about tackle height. Do you have an opinion on some of those rule changes that USA Rugby and World Rugby have made over the past 2 years that maybe some people aren't a huge fan of?
That's a multifaceted question, to be honest with you. The tackle height, I think you're referring to what the RFU in England is trying to propose with the waist height tackles. I certainly have my opinion on it. I'm not going to go into that. I'll let the science and the research speak for itself there. But regarding kind of World Rugby's stance on head injuries, I think, what they've done has been fantastic, right? There's been a lot of changes, a lot of arguments saying, the game's going soft, there's too many red cards and what have you. But that's just at the surface level, right? You need to look deeper. What is the intention of these law changes, these head contact protocols? Why are there more reds, more cards in general, for instance? The idea is to change player behavior. So at a tournament like this, if you start seeing, 2 yellow cards and a red card thrown out in one game, all for high tackles, well, if everyone sees that, what's going to happen? Tackles will start coming down. Because if I'm going to take, if I'm going to use my shoulder and make contact with someone's head, I'm sitting off for potentially the rest of the tournament, right? So we have to try and change the player behavior, and as soon as they adapt to that, then maybe cards balance out and what have you. But then again, that's not my area of expertise. I just ref what's in front of me.
For sure, and we've definitely seen some yellow cards thrown up throughout here, and I get that's a very good deterrent for a lot of these younger rugby players coming up to make sure that they really weed out those bad habits, so by the time they get to college and men's level, they're not making the same mistakes that may be dangerous mistakes, which is definitely good to hear. One of the really unique things about being the SIR at a rugby game, though, is the communication. Rugby refereeing is very unique in the sense that there's a lot of communication between the referee and the players, especially as things are happening. I know that referees are a big fan of telling people, hey, don't do that. Hey, get away, get away, get away. Hey, if you keep doing this, I'm going to penalize you. Can you speak to maybe that communication, and how do you find yourself communicating to players during the game to maybe guide them to make sure that they're following the rules?
Yeah, so regarding that, in the referee circles, we call it player management. I alluded to it earlier, right? Is the reason we're talking to the players is we don't want to have to use our whistle. The less we use our whistle, the better the game is for everyone, right? We don't want to have a game with 30 or 40 penalties, because at the end of the day, you just end up slowing the game down and you start veering away from just open, free-flowing rugby, which really is what everyone wants to see, essentially, right? So it's talk to the player, hey, for instance, in this game, I'm not going to, eye someone out there, but let's say it was Black 12 in that situation, hadn't released the ball carrier, still going for the ball. Hey, Black 12, release that player, release that player, release that player. Why? Because if now he doesn't release, he knows why he's just given away a penalty. But 2, if he does release, now we've just saved ourselves a penalty in this game. We've just saved 45 seconds where we could have been playing open rugby.
For sure. It's definitely extremely helpful, and I know coming from a player's perspective, I love to hear it because it also tells me that what the ref is looking for and whatnot. And that's another interesting point, is that not necessarily the inconsistency between refereeing, but every referee has their own style. They have things that they look for a lot. The best example I can give is that there's a referee at this tournament that I can speak from experience. He watches scrums like a hawk, but for rucks he lets some other things slide or maybe not be as tight on certain rules. Do you see that that's pretty common throughout refereeing?
Together all at once. So referee development's a tricky thing. The other thing there is every ref does have their own style, but that style is your demeanor, how you talk to players, how much management you do, how are you setting your standards, essentially how do you come across on the field. In theory it shouldn't really affect what laws you choose to act on and which laws you don't, because at the end of the day the law book's the law book. It's there to be interpreted, but it's still meant to be followed.
For sure, and that I could not agree more, and especially with Florida doing its best for new ref development courses, and Roy Monk, like you mentioned, doing a fantastic job. We love to see the growth of the referee community, especially in this state, and I know nationwide as well. And while we were talking, the Eastside Lions putting in their first try and converting, so it is 7-0 Eastside Lions. Jacksonville having some room to make up with just a few minutes left in the first half. So now that you've been doing it for a couple of years, refereeing, you've got to have seen some pretty fun stuff on the pitch. What would you say one of your favorite refereeing memories has been throughout your time here?
I don't know if this is my favorite memory. This must have been about 2.5 months ago. I was reffing a game out in Austin, Texas, the Austin Huns men's D2 side versus Grand Prairie, and there were 2 instances where a dog just ran on the pitch. And I mean, have to stop the game, try and help get the dog off the field, find the owner and what have you. But it's one of those moments where everyone just gets a good laugh. Out of recent memory, that probably is the one. But there's been so many moments on the field, whether it's a player cracking a joke where you end up, laughing, or, also at the same time, you end up just getting a compliment, whether it's from the fan or the coach. Hey, listen, good job. Like, it does always end up sticking with you because it seems to be a bit of a negative environment refereeing in general, with regards to dissent, dare I say, abuse from certain individuals. It's not for everyone. It does require a thick skin, but it can also be extremely rewarding.
Without a doubt, and I know Florida taking steps to limit referee abuse with actually imposing a fine this past year if you've been caught abusing the referee, which I could not agree with more. Refereeing is one of the most important aspects of the game to make sure it's played safely, it's played fairly. Without a doubt. So you were a former player turned ref. Would you ever see yourself going back to playing?
Not really, to be honest. I enjoy reffing. I've got no ambition to play. I was always an okay player, but nothing special. There was no further, dreams or goals for me as a player. And, do I miss playing certain parts of it? But for the most part, refereeing is, that's my rugby career now.
For sure, and definitely to clarify, he did not just say if you can't play, ref. But refereeing goes a long way in the growth and development of every club. I know it's getting more and more popular to actually have members of clubs take the refereeing course. They might actually use it, but still they get to go through the basic training for it. Is that something you might recommend for local men's, women's high school clubs to at least have somebody that has been through the refereeing course? Is that something you find would be helpful?
100%. Finding courses is a bit tricky. It's been a challenge in Florida to get the numbers of people to set up a course, but I'd recommend it to anyone, whether you're a spectator, mom or a dad of little Johnny out there, coaches also as well, players, captains, whoever, it never hurts, right? And take it, let's take it a step back though. Just a simple read of the law book does wonders as well, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be a course. It can just be a read of the law book. Oh, hey, I didn't know that, now I do. Yeah.
For sure, and with the law book changing, pretty often, it's always good to keep up with that. And speaking of the law book, we've got this scrum going on here. When you're looking at a scrum as a referee, what are your basic points that you're really looking at to see out of that front row? Front row safety is one of the biggest things. Front row meetings happen before each game with the referee most of the time. When you're looking at a scrum like we just did, what are your eyes going to as a referee?
Look, obviously in the scrum you've got 16 players. You can't keep your eye on all 16 players at once. So your big focus is just those 2 front rows, those 6 players. The 3 big words it's mentioned in the law book is that everything is set, stable and stationary. You don't want to see any, unwarranted movements. You want to see that the players are stable, strong in their body positions. And the other thing is straight, right? You want to see that the hips and the shoulders are in a straight line. Players are pushing forward. You're not pushing up. You're not pushing down. You're maintaining a long bind to keep that stability, not just for yourself and your teammate next to you, but your opponent. You want to keep them up as well, so you both don't drop down. So I think stability is really the big one. The stability and making sure you're pushing straight.
Excellent. And the scrum being a subject of a lot of safety rules going forward, which is excellent. As somebody that's in the front row of the scrum, I really appreciate when it's safe, without a doubt. So we've seen, and now as we go into another scrum, so we've seen a lot of different action, a lot of different calls throughout this tournament. That begs the question, are there any pet peeves that you've developed as a ref of things that you see that happen a lot from players that you just bug you?
I think it goes from game to game, right? You can start to identify trends, but getting irritated by the players is, for lack of a better phrase, it's a one-way path to a dark side. You need to just stay balanced, level-headed on the field, and by seeing a pet peeve, that starts swinging things out of context. Subconsciously, it might change, your train of thought. There are certain pet peeves. If a player's not listening or a team's not listening to a management thing, where it's like, okay, well, you just keep doing the same thing over and over again. It's not ideal, but at the end of the day, you're there to let them play rugby. That's how they play rugby. Deal with it.
For sure, and definitely the unbiasedness of reffing is always a big part of it, and players appreciate it. I know that players sometimes are having good days, bad days, and we might have annoying habits, for sure, but the player management from our refereeing team is always appreciated and always good. And always diverse, especially when you see games like this. There's been a lot of back and forth. We're going into the second half where it is 7-0, Eastside Lions on top. Do you ever see any trends where when teams are down like this, maybe down for the count, you're going to see a lot more of certain penalties start coming up, or is that more of a team-to-team situation?
I think it's a team-to-team situation. You do start to see, and in a game like this, not so much because it is still just a one-score game. But when you start seeing these one-sided games, I think it's more of a result. Hang on, let's take a look here.
Oh, and that's our first dump tackle of the tournament being called on the broadcast. We've seen a lot of close ones, but that one was fairly egregious. And it looks like we're going to get a back 10 there, which they're going to kick for touch. Yeah. Would you be able to actually explain that tackle rule there for people that might not have an understanding of it?
So the dump tackle is, the concept behind that is, again, it's tackle safety, right? It's player safety for the ball carrier and for the tackler itself. Now, you can't move someone past the horizontal, and once you've moved a player past the horizontal, your responsibility is to bring them down safely. If you fail to do that, then it's going to be a penalty, a yellow card, a red card, whatever the case might be, which is all based, it's a situational thing, yeah.
For sure, and we love to see those safe tackles going throughout the game, especially at this younger level where the safer they can be tackling now, the safer they'll be tackling later. We've had Kai up here for this half. We can't thank you enough. You've done a great job. You've done a great job reffing, and we look forward to seeing you close out the tournament, sir.
No, great. Thank you, and thank you for everything you guys are doing. Thanks for having me.
Perfect. Thank you for being up here, and stick with us. Eastside Lions up 7-0 over the hometown team, Jacksonville Wolverines U19, and we will be back.
care more because his older brother used my uniform, transferred to him. So I don't know. Yeah. Oh yes. No. You never know because there's all sorts of programs, and it might not be a benefit for me, but it might be an available grant or you know there's things there for veterans. So I need to get smart on that because frankly I've been focused on his older brother and my wife, and now it's time for me to start paying attention. Yeah, I gotta get smart. Okay, that's the guy I need to talk to, or woman. Either way, she'll know exactly. Okay, yeah, that's a person. The veterans program. That's who I need to talk to. Because I was I might be on.
I'm keen to know what it is. We just started rugby. And a couple of clubs in Florida.
Guys to watch. I really appreciate you talking to him, and I'll follow up on that. Thank you very much.
I believe it's Hunter, and I'll put that on another probably tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you.
Yep. Keep him locked in.
Yep, we'll do.
You want to go up to the crow's nest, Henry?
And we are back with the Jacksonville Wolverines playing the Eastside Lions. Eastside up 7-0 with 1 half remaining. Jacksonville's going to have to change strategies here. The first half, they played great, a little rough. A lot of back and forth, a lot of tackle etiquette missing from both teams. Luckily, we had Kai, one of the referees from this particular tournament, up here and explain some of the rules to us and also a little bit of what it's like to be a referee in today's day and age. But now we are back to some action here with the Eastside Lions getting a good kick, staying in bounds, hard bounce to catch, and there it goes out of bounds. That is a tough bounce for any backfield player to try and manage, but definitely did their best over there. And we will see a line out here for Jacksonville. We'll see if they can get the ball out of their half sooner rather than later, or they might hang on to it for an offensive stake. But the faster the ball gets out, the better. Great line out. But it looks like we've got a penalty here. We'll see. We haven't seen any hand signals yet. If I had to guess, it's going to be a possession penalty from the little bit of a tussle they had when they were in the air. And we've got a scrum now going towards Eastside. Eastside with an oppressive scrum both today and yesterday with a huge front row. Just an absolutely preposterous task to defend. But we'll see what Jacksonville can do with it right now. Oh, and the ball comes straight out of the second row. The 9 gets it out, but Jacksonville's 9 quick on the ball and some great line speed, some great defense too. We've got a one-on-one situation, but he's got no offload, so Jacksonville able to get the ball down, but all jackal attempts were futile, and right off to the big man, hard to stop. High stepping through and a big roll. And the ball is out. Jacksonville kicking it, trying to get some distance between the ball and the try zone, but he touches it and it goes out of bounds. That's going to be a huge break for Jacksonville. Able to get a line out right here. And they are lined up. Hopefully we can keep the ball straight in this one. A little high. The fireman has to grab it. And Jacksonville gets the ball out. And down the line, they choose to go for the skip, limiting themselves. He's got to stay inbound. Tries to get the ball out and off the Lions and into the touch judge. A little bit of rough play here, and an apology seems to make everything better, but we are going to get an Eastside Lions line out. A mixed medium for them throughout the day and yesterday. And the ball goes up. They were able to utilize that second pod earlier, but not now. And one of the locks for Jacksonville gets a great run, some great speed, and takes a hard hit right there. That young man being recruited by STU Coach Gavin we talked to earlier. So we've got some high hopes for him in his career going on forward. Oh, and slow to get up. Sometimes those hard hits are a little bit of a stinger. And it looks like we are going to get a free kick here. And he's going to be going straight out. The wind's starting to pick up. Might make it tough, but the ball goes out. And Jacksonville will have a line out in Eastside territory. We will see how Washington responds here. Their line out defense has been fantastic this weekend. Been hard for anybody to compete. So it looks like Jacksonville going to the first pod again. And some competition there. Able to get it out quick. The fly half distributing. And down the line, some good ball movement and ball speed from the Wolverines. But Eastside vicious on the counterattack, dragging the ball carrier back a couple meters. And it's been lost, and the Nines flipping to a tackling roll. Great job defensively from Jacksonville. And Jacksonville recovers the ball. Looking to kick to touch. Wind picking up. Kicking might not be in people's favor as much anymore. And the ball goes out in the full, just about the same spot from the last line out. So we'll see what Jacksonville can do with this. Maybe if we can get some back pod action going, they might be able to get it distributed out to their backs who have been fast. But Eastside's defense has been able to come through on the side pretty quick. And the hooker has his hands on the ball. We'll see how straight we can get the throw. A quick throw, but ball gets dropped. We'll see who comes up with it. Ref's calling it a knock. And Eastside will have the scrum towards them. But in their own territory, it'd be wise for them to be able to kick the ball out of their territory unless they feel confident in their backline speed, which has been pretty evenly matched with Jacksonville, so that might not be the best option for them. But we'll see what variability they choose to go with. And the ball is fed and quick out the back. Nine digs it out and does pass it out back. And there's the kick from the fly half. The ball stays inbounds right now. And it's kept in by the Wolverines. And Eastside recovers a huge tackle, an attempted jackal there. And Wolverines recover, but the referee is signaling a penalty. And he's calling it a knock. And Eastside with a scrum in Jacksonville's territory, a dominant scrum all tournament. So this should be a little scary for Jacksonville to be back on their heels like this, especially down by 1 try. A very close game with only a couple minutes left. We'll see how Jacksonville can respond and what their defense can produce. And the Eastside Lions taking one of their front rows and sticking it to the 8-man, so they really have a strong scrum. And the 9 from Jacksonville taking a leaping tackle. Ball still getting out pretty fast for the Eastside. He decides to keep it. Probably an unwise choice, but he's got the ruck coverage. And they are stacking the ruck a little high in their ruck height, causing some issues. But number 16 breaks through. Big man, hard to get down. He's making it through. And Jacksonville under threat with now a goal line stand. When just a couple minutes ago, they were on the other side of the field, and so much changed so quickly. And now Jacksonville on their heels on a goal line stand, and there's the try. Changing the score to 12-0 Jacksonville. The winner of this game will decide second place in the U19 bracket, and so far, Eastside taking advantage of every opportunity they can to put in the ball into the try zone. And with a pretty straight conversion, we should be expecting a 14-0 score right now. Slowly digging the hole deeper for Jacksonville to get out of. It's not impossible, but with only about 10 minutes left, this will be difficult. And he lines up the kick. Really trying to waste out that minute. Knowing that every second counts for Jacksonville right now. A good tactical decision, and he gets ready to kick. And the kick is good, making it 14-0 Eastside. The hometown team with 14 points to crawl back from. We're going to need to start seeing a little bit more offensive prowess, keeping their hands on the ball, and really setting those rucks. That seems to be where Jacksonville has been having a little bit of a tough time, is setting rucks, sometimes overfilling rucks, so there's less options for the ball to get out to. So we would love to see that change in them, to only have 1 or 2 people in a ruck to secure it, and then having more options to punch through. Also, maybe a couple more pick and goes might be good for them. You know, on the backline versus backline, Jacksonville's typically been winning that ball. So, and almost a high tackle there. Ball bounces backwards, and a jersey tackle there. Really, number 23 has been an aggressive rucker, but his tackles have been a little high today. Already getting called for a high tackle once. Jacksonville's 9, able to get back there and take the ball with quick feet. He gets a good goose step on there, leans into the tackle for an efficient ball placement. Oh, but then we're worried about a jackal here. And we've got some rough play in the ruck, giving Jacksonville the ball back here for a penalty. We'll probably see them kick it out. And there goes the ball out of bounds, marked by the touch judge here. And we will see if Jacksonville can utilize this line out for at least getting 7 on the board. If not, they are starting to get into dark waters here with less than 10 minutes to go in the game, and nobody wants to rely on stoppage time here. So let's see what they can punch in. And it gets tipped over out to the 9. 9, pretty good ball speed. 23 decides to hang on to it, and he gets trapped here. Oh, but the wing holds on to it. Not called the forward pass, which is beautiful. And we're going to get some good rucking here. Good, solid, only 1 in. And the ball moving back the other way. But that bounce leads to Eastside with a great double tackle. And a little bit of a messy ruck here. And running without support seems to be part of the downfall of Jacksonville right now. And the 9 looking for options. A good kick through here could do them some good. where the defense is, and that was a huge hit. 20, a little slow to get up, but getting absolutely buried. And the Lions sideline going crazy. And the lineout is set. Let's see what Washington can do with this. The faster they can get out to their back line, the more damage they can do. They go for the back pot again. Effective every time for them. Great that they have a player, and it gets stripped by Jacksonville. It's a fight on the ground, and Eastside picks it up. Their lock dealing some damage. And holding onto the ball, and Jacksonville all over the attack here. We might see a jackal. And the ball has been loose the past 2 rucks. Some great defense by Jacksonville. Looks like they're looking for a penalty here. Jacksonville starting to get a little snippy. Thank you, ma'am. And there's a whistle. And helping each other up. The sportsmanship we encourage here at Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase, and we love to see. And number 12 kicking for Eastside again. He's been doing great all day. And we'll see if he can continue with his good boots. Really being able to get some laces on all of his kicks. And that ball is up. And it's fantastically placed right before, or right after, about that 25, 26 meter line. They're in some dangerous territory for a line out. Eastside may convert again here, and if they do, 21-0 with about 5 minutes left is not where Jacksonville wants to be. And to the back pot again. Jacksonville actually put a lifter up this time, able to defend a little bit, but again, back to that back line. A great transfer pass, and it's getting all the way out to the wing. A great tackle by Jacksonville, 13 on 13. The classic head-to-head ruck. Both teams going at it. And the big man with the ball carry again, hard to get down. Took 3 Wolverines to get him down there, and the 9 with a quick ball out, really relying on their pod. I am loving this ball movement from Eastside. Efficiently getting their ball from one side to the other, looking for that gap, which has already scored them 2 tries. And it looks like we probably have a knock here. Looks like we've got a Jacksonville player having a little bit of a tough time here with the heat. The slight breeze not doing much, but we are in the mid-80s with about 70% humidity. Absolutely brutal for even the Florida residents. Washington seeming to handle it pretty well. And we will see how he's doing as time winds down in this game. We are starting to run thin on our schedule. We've got a 1 o'clock game here on Field 1 and a 2 o'clock game here on Field 1. And then that is it. We actually might even be able to finish a little sooner than that. Give me 1 second to take a look at the schedule here in the broadcast booth. Yeah, it looks like we will be able to finish at about 1 p.m. today. So we've got one more game here on this camera, and then after that we will be signing off for another year. And we will see if this Jacksonville player is okay.
Can we do the numbers for under 16?
If you give me scores, yes.
Okay, what do you need? Let me know what you need. I'll go get your scores.
I need all of Field 2 from the referees that come up here. But I have a quoting yesterday. Wild guess.
I'm going to guess.
Support, support, support! Morning.
And Eastside with some great ball play. Oh, but Jacksonville quick on the defense. Jacksonville really improving over yesterday. Jacksonville going 2-0 yesterday, but losing this morning, so putting them at that 2-1 record. This is going to be crucial for Jacksonville. It looks like we may have another injured player. Never what we want to see. Eastside player taking a second to get up. But our luckily we have our fantastic athletic training staff here able to help him out. Mary Slover and her crew in the background here under the Axeman tent. Both teams getting a second to breathe, crucial in these last few minutes of the game. Jacksonville starting to get into that dark water here where they do not have a lot of time to make up any ground. So hopefully we can see Jacksonville put on some points, or else Eastside will be getting a bonus point for a shutout, which nobody wants to see. And the young man being helped off the field. Hopefully he will be okay. A little ice on the neck makes all the problems go away in Florida. And we are back. And we've got a kick to touch, and aiming for the broadcast booth just slightly off to what sounds like to be the right. Hopefully everyone's okay with that wild kick. All right, we are going to get a line out right here in front of the booth. Decent positioning for both teams. A good quick. He brings it down almost a maul, decides to not go off the top. And we are on. It is off to the races. He's got 3 backs he can hit to. And they still recover, and there we go. Bringing the play back. We've got a back 10 going on here. And another opportunity for Jacksonville. Have not been able to make any use so far. Let's hopefully they don't waste it. And the kick goes out of bounds. We will get yet another line out. And Jacksonville opting for the quick lineouts. If it were me, I would actually do a bare minimum 4-person lineout. Might be good so they have more options. They've got a slight break here, but get shut down by Eastside, potentially getting dragged out of bounds. They're waiting for it. And the ball comes back out for Jacksonville. And down the line it goes. Number 7, the flanker, opts to keep it. Doesn't really make any progress here, but the 9's quick to distribute the ball, and they've got a back line here. The winger having a little bit of trouble. And wow, opting to lose some space here, but hopefully going coast to coast and making no ground.
Let's go, Lions. Let's go. Pay attention.
And we are entering what should be the last minute of the game with a line out to Eastside. Eastside up 14-0. Jacksonville out of time. And Jacksonville is able to recover. The 9 comes up but gets stopped right off the line out. Jacksonville ditching all efforts here to try and get into that try zone, at least get them something. And now's a good time to kick, but it looks like he's going to hang on to it. Spin it out wide. And they are fighting for their life here in the backfield. And and Jacksonville dishing the ball out. Really a good time to kick here, but them seeming not to agree. And there we go, getting the ball out all the way down. Eastside already there. He's looking for the take, goes down. We have no time left. This has to be the last possession, and it looks like Eastside might be taking the victory today with a 14-0 lead in what is now unofficial time. And it looks like we've got a knock. And that is time. Eastside Lions beating Jacksonville Wolverines 14-0, meaning that the Eastside Lions from Washington will be taking second place today in the U19 division. Congratulations to them. They had a dominant scrum this entire tournament, a great front row, and their backline speed on defense was absolutely immaculate. Congratulations to them on second place, and hopefully a safe trip home to Seattle. Jacksonville Wolverines not being able to come up with it today, going 2-2 over the tournament, taking third place. They performed great, and they've got a lot to talk about when they go back to practice this coming week. Just north of here, only about 20 minutes. We look forward to seeing a lot of the people on the field today for both teams going on to future college careers, some of them in Florida at universities like the University of Florida, University of North Florida here in Jacksonville, STU where we talked to Gavin, and many other colleges across the country. We look forward to watch their careers, and we will be back with our final game of the day and the final game of the tournament on this particular webcast. It will be the Charlotte Cardinals against the Florida Jaguares. Jaguares currently in first place. The Cardinals U19 currently in last place. We'll see if we can get a David versus Goliath match, and maybe the Cardinals can pull it out for some great broadcasting. Only way to find out is to stick with us.
bien, la verdad que está bueno.
Está enrolando.
Va, viene, va, viene, va, viene. Sí, 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 sí. Despegate y no tiene límite, boludo. Está buena. Tiene que ser, sí, 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 boludo. A ver, no debe ser poca, no debe ser pocaíta. Cada una cosita como son muy lindas. Por año dicen, en media baja, lo poquito que escuché, 8 o 10 lucas. Ponele que sos flaco. Técnicamente, boludo. Tiene como 4 de mirar 50. A ver, y después es lo que ya está en el tema. Los chavos, recién me contaba Andy que están empezando a hablar con los chavos. Pero los chavos no tienen cancha. Están empezando a tener charlas de si los chavos entrenan en tomas o esas cosas que algo termina pasando ahí. En la radio Juanpe me mostraba un par de videos de él, Juanpe que hizo try. Y sí, boludo, firmado por Dani de acá arriba. Y está, al momento de hacer el try, Gaby hablando en Fentomas. Mientras que hace el try, ¿qué pasó? Fentomas, no sé qué mierda. Juanpe dice la puta. Y con mi try dice, mirá esta otra jugada de Juanpe, está filmada por Dani, que está allá. Gaby hablando en Fentomas, otra jugada, nada que ver, boludo. La verdad que le mete mucha pila. Le mete pila y ahí filmó, esa se filmó. Esa se filmó. Un abrazo muy excesivo, como lo dije ayer, que estaba bien, hablábamos que era de este tema, una escena, por ejemplo casos como Luis, que utilizan a todos, ¿no? No, de otra forma, hablamos del tema de qué tan buena es la universidad, ¿no? Sí, José. Ya está, José, mirá, Gavin ahí. José, ahí está Gavin con otros chicos de los Lions, de Seattle, con Andy, y haciendo scouting de recruiting de... Ajá.
Esa es la idea de todo negocio, no lo critico.
Andás a ver.
Un amigo con que jugaba rugby en él se vino para acá.
I think we are. Yeah, I'm gonna go check them.
De estudiar. Y él jugaba tanto en esta costa como en la otra costa. Que esta costa es mucho
¿Dónde la costa allá?
está bueno ya.
Bueno, pero ayer en el partido, fíjate que en el de
jugó en las dos.
vino un flaco de Arkansas, que estuvo preguntando por ti, preguntando por mí, de Arkansas no es de Arkansas, el de no es Arkansas. Por eso, el flaco está haciendo scouting, gente de acá, para también lejos, y no sé qué tal, si es una opción, pero digo, evidentemente, esta es la copa de segundo, supongo, ¿no? Porque
Sí, nosotros tenemos ahí los tornados. Los tornados.
claro, sí, claro. Qué calor hace, boludo, ya ahí te tienen que ir acá. Qué calor que hace, puta, no pueden estar fuertes. Y esto les tiene que correr. Son media hora y los tienen corriendo de atrás. Tiene, boludo, está inflado el hijo de puta. Pero acá pintaba grandote. Él sigue todavía bonachón. Sigue bonachón, no es que el caramba más pero no rompe.
No, para él no cocina.
Así va más potente. Intimida a la mierda, ¿no? Frente.
And we are back with the Florida Jaguares and the Charlotte Cardinals facing off in our last game of the tournament. The Jaguares currently in first place for the U19 bracket, and Charlotte currently in the last place. Hoping to see some David Goliath play here, but it looks like Florida putting in their first try of the game 30 seconds in, making it 5-0 Jaguares. And as he lines up for the conversion, he's got a pretty centered shot. And the kick is up. Kick is good, making it 7-0. Charlotte already down in the first minute. Charlotte with a pretty solid set of set pieces. Florida with a great back line. Hopefully Charlotte can take advantage of some of their set pieces and some of their larger size than Florida to even out the score. And Charlotte to kick. And the ball is up, lofted into that second and last row of the Jaguares, and they decide to volley it back, putting Charlotte on their heels, only to leave a fullback bobbling for the ball. And offload going off to the side. Another volley back there. We'll see what Florida does to decide to respond. They might volley it back. There it is. And with the ball up, the only true volley we've seen back and forth, Charlotte opts to do it again. And it looks like Florida's going to take it this time, getting some speed built up, room to run, and he breaks through, and he is gone unless this number 9 can catch him. And he is gone, looking to center it. Florida scoring their next try, making it 12-0 Florida in the first 2 minutes of the game. Charlotte having a tough time to compete with that speed. The winger from Florida just finding that space, taking the line, and centering that try. Looking like it's probably going to make it 14-0. This could be a long game for the Cardinals. While he's making that conversion, I'd like to thank a lot of the college coaches that came out to see us this weekend. Coaches from all over, including Arkansas State, Iowa Central, all the way down to Miami as well, across Florida. UNF, the hometown college, also joining us. So maybe we'll be seeing some of these colleges or some of these high school students staying local for their education. It would be great to see that happening. UNF with a great program, led by their coach Ed Clark. A great history here. In fact, our very own Morehouse Media, Tristan Morehouse, a alumni, helping us run the broadcast today. So UNF contributing in more ways than one. And the Cardinals up to kick again. And the big man from Florida already has it. He might have a breakaway. We could see, oh, and a lovely offload. Tripped up. And there he goes, putting up the arm in excitement. The hooker from Florida centering another try. That makes it 3 tries in 5 minutes for Florida, not letting off the gas. Making it 19-0. Florida on top, and you'll see right there, that is Kai, the ref that we had in the booth just a few games ago. Let's see if his philosophy holds up from when he was in the booth. And with another conversion, they could be up 21-0 from Charlotte. Charlotte will have to make a couple changes here if they want to even think about being competitive in this game against a Floridian select side from all southern Florida. Being told earlier that almost 75% of the Florida Jaguares have been claimed by colleges. Some this very weekend. And the kick is up. The kick is... And it looks like the kick is good, making it 21-0. Charlotte down for their third kickoff in 6 minutes. It may be time to go find the ringers. And the kick is up. Charlotte hoping to make a dent here, not even having touched the ball at all throughout this game. in the first 5 minutes. And the first set piece of the game, we're going to get a Florida Jaguares line out. Their line out not being as good as their scrum, but still absolute dominant force. They go with a 5-person scrum here with some great options in the middle. A long run for that middle lifter. And the jumper keeps it powering through. And we get to our first ruck of the game. And we've got some advantage heading towards the Jaguares, but they are charging down the sideline. They've got some great speed, a little bit of a goose step, fakes out the defender. Defender gets a hand, but there's the offload. Nobody to offload to, and Charlotte finally gets a hand on the ball. And a huge tackle. And an attempt at a kick bouncing all the way through, and a knock on. Florida clearly frustrated with themselves with only a 3-try lead to rest their head on. And here's our first scrum of the game. Charlotte with a little bit more weight on their side. And a larger 8 could make the difference. But the Jaguares with a very technical scrum, great scrum height. Oh, but it looks like there's a little bit of a battle of the props right here. Loose head prop doing a great job for Charlotte up against that very tall tight head. Oh, and absolutely clotheslined. And Florida with a fantastic counter ruck. It looks like the ball was stolen, but got called for a knock. And we will see another scrum on the sideline. This is a real hard place for scrums because it eliminates that weak side for both flankers, but it also eliminates that weak side if they opt to go for an 8-man pick. Not a pick you would see very often, but still an 8-man pick right here could do either team good as we are towards the center of the field. And Charlotte's put in straight to the second row. Ball pops out, and the 9 from Florida making a great tackle. A little bit of a bobbling of the ball, and there are already 3 Jaguars all over the Cardinals. Stole the ball, and they're just meters away from putting on another try. And the fly half from Florida getting it to the 8. The 8's got room to run. He heading to the corner, and another try for the Jaguares. That makes it 26-0. The Cardinals have no answer. And another try. 4 tries, 4 different players from the Jaguares. A lot of great speed on the outside, finding those gaps. And they are dominating this game technically, physically, and at this point, probably mentally. And the kick is up. Kick is good. That makes it 28-0. With about 10 minutes left in the first half, the Jaguares absolutely owning this game. And the Cardinals looking to make some substitutions, hoping the bench will make a little bit of a difference. It looks like the Cardinals are also having a little bit of a tough time in the Florida heat as we're in the mid 80s and low 70s for the humidity. Just absolutely uncomfortable for anyone not used to it. Even the people that are used to it still don't enjoy it. And the Cardinals to kick. And the ball is up. It's got some great arc on it, getting it back a little bit further. And they opt to volley again. The Jaguares with a fantastic kicking troop here and a great bounce. Kicked backwards by Charlotte, kicked forward by Charlotte, now back. And that lock has room to run. We might see a forward pack try here. Oh, and then right there for the ruck, the Jaguares all over them like spots on a leopard. And that is another try for Florida. That makes it 33-0. Charlotte, the Cardinals really need to flap their wings a little bit here if they want to get some points on the board, because Florida is just running away with this like a cat with a hot foot. And as he lines up for the kick, I would like to thank our sponsors one more time. We've got a fantastic relationship with the St. Johns County Tourist Development Council, helping make this whole event possible through grants, donations, and field management. Also, the Parks and Recreation Department of St. Johns County for helping us physically prepare the field. Balls Out Rugby. Don't forget to go balls out with your merchandise. Selling some lovely apparel here for the tournament. Whether it was hats, t-shirts, tank tops, you name it, they had it. Providing all of our players, fans, and supporters with some wonderful stuff to take home to loved ones. I would also like to thank TSI Cares. Yesterday they were out here with some snacks and water, keeping everybody healthy and hydrated. Mary Slover with the Jacksonville Axemen organization for supplying medical care today, with her and her band of Mary athletic trainers, keeping everybody safe, keeping everybody healthy, and attending to boo-boos of all sizes, from heat stroke all the way up to a couple dislocations, helping out any way she can. I would also like to thank all of our volunteer touch judges, the people in the orange pennies holding up the flags when balls go out. They've done a great job, and Cardinals opting for a little bit of a squib kick here, and there's some room to run, cutting through the entire Charlotte defense, and we might see another number 8 try here. I would also like to thank Back 10 Pros. They were the referees supplied today. We spoke about a few of them. We spoke with Kai, another great representative. Roy Monk, thank you very much. And that is another try for Florida. Just absolutely decimating here. That makes it 40-0. And there are still 5 minutes left in this first half. Definitely making it tough on the Cardinals. But as we've spoken with many college coaches throughout this tournament, they say powering through adversity is one of the biggest ones, and they would rather scout people in a game they're losing than a game they're winning. So this may be good for some college recruiting for the Cardinals, and hopefully see a little bit of a comeback start at halftime with maybe some motivational words from their coach. And with that conversion going through, we are at 42-0, the highest score and the highest score differential of any game that we've seen yet this weekend for either division. Actually, I stand corrected. It is the highest difference we've seen, but the highest score so far is 52-7, and that was a U16 game with the Florida Jaguares U16. So we will be looking to see if maybe they can beat their own record today against the Cardinals. And the Cardinals line up for their kickoff. If they have it, a trick play is now the time to do it. So U19 kicks off. Last game And the Jaguares just dominating. For those of you just joining us to the Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase, we've got the select side Florida Jaguares from Southern Florida playing their neighbors from Carolina, the Charlotte Cardinals, putting 42 points up so far in the first half with Charlotte unable to answer. We're hoping to see a couple signs of life here, as this is the closest Charlotte has been to their try zone this entire game. And we will see what they can produce this close to the try zone. Charlotte's lineouts, and they go for in motion, bobble it back, and the ball is loose, but gotten out. Going to go out to the back line, unable to handle it. Oh, and it is rumbling, fumbling. Oh, and they're playing soccer with it. And Florida may kick it out of bounds, but then Charlotte coming up quick. Absolutely wild. And Florida with another try, making it 47-0. And we will see if this conversion goes through. Just an absolute effort from the Florida Jaguares, not letting off the gas at all, and the Cardinals lacking some wind under their wings. I'd also like to thank Kona Ice for supplying some delicious frozen treats for all of our spectators, fans, and players this weekend. One of the many food trucks that were here that supplied all the nourishment for all of our players and families. I would also like to thank Mike Wright, the president of the Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase, for putting in work all year long to make this happen, along with Melissa Butler, Jen, our social media coordinator, and Mike Bischoff. Oh, and the Kona truck takes some abuse, but still producing some delicious frozen fruit treats. And the Cardinals looking like they're making some switch outs to their front row. And the Cardinals, looks like their wing trying to motivate his team. And the kick is up, short kick, and a great catch. And pounding through the defensive line, the Jaguares looking for a hole to get into. And the Cardinals gumming up their momentum. But a great pass out from the 9. Quick ball speed down the line right over to the big man. Big man makes some meters through. And the Jaguares just absolutely suppressing any hope of the Cardinals defense being effective during this time. It looks like that is half. So going into half, it's 49-0. Florida Jaguares putting up multiple tries with the Cardinals unable to answer. Hopefully we can get some motivation going for the Cardinals at this halftime. Get a drink of water and don't go anywhere.
Agrandado, más bien es humilde, tratar de ayudar al otro equipo para darle ánimo. Estoy diciendo que sale de ahí. Qué pena por eso, pobrecito. Imagínate que nos hubieran dado una televisión todo bien, como que no. Nunca, de pronto categoría no se tampoco.
I think there is a mercy rule if you get to like, forgot the number above the other team. You know, like a certain like 90 or something like that. If you get to the other team, and they call it. You got a lot of color this weekend, Lyle. Your shoulders. Oh, hold on. Everybody burn. Okay, well, I burn, but it fades. No. When I was growing up in New York, I never burned up the leaves because my skin was good, like your skin was good. You got my skin. But down here, they don't usually like it either. So protect yourself. You don't want to scrap like that. You know? You don't want this kind of scarring all over your body, right? Bad news. I got lucky. I found this quick.
And we are back for the second half of the Florida Jaguares Charlotte Cardinals U19 match, the last match of the tournament for us. Currently 49-0. The Florida Jaguares have been dominating this game. This half, I am joined in the booth by University of North Florida, Jacksonville's own college, their head coach, Ed Clark. He's here to watch some games, maybe pick out some players. How you doing, Ed?
I'm doing great, Ryan. Thanks a bunch for having me up here in the booth. Just here up here in beautiful Northeast Florida, enjoying some high-level high school rugby. Jaguares are definitely putting it to Charlotte in this game. We'll see what their coach told them at halftime to get these boys motivated. Just like you said, towards the closing of the first half, this is probably one of the best ways to scout a team. Everything's up against them. They got a steep uphill climb. You know, do they nut up and try to make something happen for them? Do they get some motivation, or do they just kind of roll over and let the inevitable happen? So we'll see what these kids do in the second half.
For sure, and we definitely see some change out here for Charlotte. Their number 3 is back in. He's been a great prop this entire tournament, and then also they put their big 8 in. Number 24, seen him make some big hits, so hopefully that should make a difference for him. Ed, so you're based right out of here at Jacksonville. We've had Arkansas State up here. We've had Gavin down there at St. Thomas. So you are the closest college we've had, but also a Division I program in Florida, but not varsity. You guys are a club sport, which means you have a full-time job doing something else. So what do you think is the advantages of maybe some of these kids opting to go to a school with club rugby versus a school that may be varsity, like a St. Thomas or a Arkansas State?
Well, we're a small university up here in Northeast Florida, and as you can see from the stream, absolutely beautiful weather today. We are a small club, so anybody who shows up with any kind of rugby experience is going to have a leg up on the rest of the competition, so to speak. So a lot of the guys we get some ex-footballers, soccer players, wrestlers, and just kids who want to come out and play. So anybody who shows up as an incoming freshman with rugby experience will have a huge advantage over big tackle on the big man. We'll have a definite advantage over the rest of the guys up here at UNF.
Excellent. University of North Florida, been around for a while. Absolutely beautiful campus. I mean, definitely a hidden gem. But you guys are in Division I Florida rugby, so that means you're competing against schools like UF, FSU, UCF, some big names in Florida, and then also schools like UCF. They played nationally this year. University of Florida just went to Houston. So for a smaller university like UNF, how do you feel that you guys compete with those larger schools despite being a little bit of a smaller program?
Well, so the guys we have, we like to play bigger than we are. In terms of enrollment, we do have the
guys that used to play at UNF. It's an absolutely great program. You've developed a lot of great alumni. So when you're out here recruiting in a setting like this, where you do also have some of those larger universities, what are you looking for in a rugger that would make you want to go up and talk to them, see if they want to come to North Florida?
First of all, just a great attitude. Anybody who's definitely coachable, plays well in a team environment. Somebody who understands that not everybody on the club is going to be sort of at the same level as them, but by the same token, somebody who'd be willing to accept more of a leadership role earlier in their career. We've had kids coming in with experience as freshmen that get put right into a starting role, having to take kind of a quasi-leadership position. So anybody who's ready to hit the ground running, like I said, anybody showing up with actual experience is going to have a leg up on the competition.
For sure, and you yourself, a product of Florida Rugby, a former UF Gator, and I know that you played a little bit into the men's side of things. So how have you seen Florida Collegiate Rugby grow since your time in the Florida college system?
It's grown by leaps and bounds in terms of there's more schools playing, there's more kids playing, and that all comes from the youth. What we're watching here right now, what we saw earlier with U16s, and a lot of places around the state have even younger programs, which is great. That's how the sport gets built from the ground up. It takes some time and it takes some work, but if we can get these kids out on the pitch playing rugby the same way they do with soccer or with American football, I think we can definitely grow the state into a national powerhouse in terms of rugby.
Excellent, and a little bit of a personal question here. Like I said, you played at UF. Do you think if when you were at UF, you played your current UNF team, you think you could beat them?
No doubt at all. Bigger, faster, stronger, more physical. We would have crushed any modern UNF team, for sure.
For sure. Definitely can't beat the master there, Ed Clark. So now, as you've been a college coach for a little bit of your career here, how have you seen high school rugby change, especially in Florida where it's just grown like wildfire?
Oh, for sure. It's been wonderful. Shout out to the Wolverines up here in Jacksonville, Aaron and Larry, and have done a wonderful job in building these kids up into a powerhouse. All around the state, you were seeing teams pop up. You got Cardinal Gibbons and you got Okapi and Wellington, all the schools down south. We're starting to see some programs in the Daytona Cocoa area as well. I think St. Lucie / Fort Pierce is starting up a team. So again, the more kids playing, the better. As long as they're getting coached up right and learning the ethos of the game and how we play it, I think it's nothing but progress, nothing but good news for the state.
Excellent. I couldn't agree more. And now as we're watching this, Florida's up 54-0 over Charlotte. If you were the coach sitting on the Charlotte side, what are you telling your players right now, especially with almost 20 minutes left in this game? What would you tell this team right now to keep the game somewhat alive for them?
Keep your heads. First and foremost, I don't care what the scoreboard says. All right, we still got another half of rugby to go. Keep your heads, play your game. Don't be down on yourselves. Body language is very important. Keep talking up your teammates. I mean, even if they commit a complete bonehead error, keep the talk positive. That's a strong run by the Jaguares. Keep the talk positive. Keep talking your boys up. There's still room for small victories in a game like this. Did you get better? Did you make your teammates better? Did you collapse under pressure? So again, like you said, this is the true test of a team. Not when you're up by 54, but you're down by 54 and you still got another, 10 or so minutes to go.
For sure, and we definitely see the Cardinals still walking strong here, definitely doing their best, trying to put up some competition, especially traveling all the way down from that Carolinas area. So we've seen a lot of rugby be growing in Florida, college rugby growing across the country as well. Do you ever see UNF maybe competing outside of Florida, like some of these other Florida teams, or do you think that UNF is going to stay competing in Florida against, like the Jacksonville men's team you competed against a couple times? Do you think that's going to be the extent of the diversity of your competition, or do you see UNF maybe taking its competition elsewhere for a little bit in its future?
Well, during the preseason, we certainly want to, which is the fall semester, we certainly want to take advantage of being able to travel outside of the state and play some other schools, perhaps take a tour here and there, Georgia, the Carolinas, the Mid-Atlantic. We've been getting a lot more support from the university, which always helps in terms of logistics, travel, and funding. So it's like anything else, it's a work in progress, but while there is plenty of great competition here in the state of Florida among the collegiate and the men's teams, tours, going out of state, travel, those are great for team bonding, for putting the boys together, getting their minds where they need to be, and you're only going to get better playing higher levels of competition. You may take a thumping here and there, but you're going to get better playing higher level competition.
So Ed, as a former forward yourself, definitely built out as a flanker there. When you're watching those position players in a tournament like this, for example, the number 3 on Charlotte, or maybe the number 6 on the Jaguares, are you really digging deep into their skilled positions, or are you really, when you're here, you're just looking at everyone as a rugby player?
I'm looking at everybody as a rugby player. One thing about rugby, especially in a smaller school like ours, you got to be versatile. Throughout the years, we've had kids come in as backs who end up being forwards and vice versa. So, I'm just looking for kids who want to play, kids who want to be coached. You got the right mindset. Obviously, coming in with rugby experience is a huge bonus for them. But, anybody who's athletic, who wants to play, wants to learn, and wants to come to school up here, you can literally live at the beach and go to school at UNF. It's a beautiful campus, majority female, by the way. You're right here in beautiful Northeast Florida. You got the beach right there. If you're into hunting and fishing, there's all kinds of wildlife management areas and outdoor opportunities. Right off of 95 and I-10, we got the airport. So it's a great place to go to school, a great place to live.
Now, for those people that are at home and they're listening to you say this and they say, well, I know where I'm going to college, how do they get in contact with you? How do they apply? How do they get themselves to UNF?
Sure. We have a couple of social media channels. There's UNF Deadbird RFC on Instagram and Facebook. I believe there's a Snapchat too. That's UNF Deadbird RFC. They can contact me personally. My email is edclark220@hotmail.com. Feel free to reach out via email. I'll be glad to talk to any players, parents, coaches, administrators, etc.
For sure. And as we were talking, Florida putting up another try. We're getting to 66-0. Just it's hot on the field, and it is hot on the scoreboard. They are really running this thing up, and Cardinals still battling it out, not hanging their heads. A great testament to their will, and just doing an absolutely fantastic job. So, unfortunately, we really haven't seen a lot of the set pieces. We haven't really seen a lot of super technical play. But to comment on a couple things, if you are in the Jaguares situation, are you going to keep your foot on the pedal here, or are you maybe going to give some of those second and third stringers an opportunity where even if they are going to continue to play, they might get some experience? If you're the Jaguares coach right now, what are you doing for your boys?
Yeah, at this point with this kind of margin, get all your players in, get some of your reserve grade guys some significant playing time. Just get as many minutes as you can for the boys. With the starters, they've already obviously put their imprint on this game. So get all their reserves and get the boys some time, see what they can do. That's the best. That's how you grow your team, is get as many of the reserve guys into games as possible, get them the minutes, A-side minutes, if you will, and that's how you grow your team.
Yeah, for sure. No, the starting Jaguares have definitely left their paw print on the field here, without a doubt. Definitely putting in that 66 on the board with only about 8 minutes left to go. Again, Charlotte still holding strong, still walking up to the line after every try. They're doing a great job. So the Deadbirds, interesting name for a club. I know you guys are the Ospreys. For the rest of your competition sports, you're in Division 1. In some sports, Division 3 and others, correct, for the rest of your sports at UNF?
Yes.
Lovely campus. So what majors are people really looking at if they want to come to UNF? What majors are going to do them best there?
UNF's got a pretty wide diversity of programs. They have a great business and engineering schools. We also have a good construction management school. Haskell, who's a major sponsor of the club, is also a big sponsor of the university. Great liberal arts program as well. So really anything that you're looking for in terms of a college education you can find down at UNF.
Excellent. Yeah, UNF, beautiful campus. The Jacksonville Axemen actually also play their games at the UNF Stadium. So they got some great facilities for their athletics as well. Rugby program's got a wonderful practice field. Oh, and the Jaguares on another breakaway. Really dancing all over the field here. When you're in a situation like that where you kind of start to get some room to run, but you kind of get cornered in, what are you coaching your boys to be doing instead of that fancy footwork that seems to be holding up these younger players, are you teaching them to run through the contact, or do you still want them to try and find that gap and go through?
So, being an older player myself, it was always find the contact, have confidence in the contact. If you get tackled, go to ground. Good try there. Go to ground and your support will be there. I still kind of preach that. Maybe just make kind of one move to see if you can find space. But once you start dancing around like that, defense is going to converge on you. Jaguares were able to get out of that little tiff and spin it out wide for the score. But yeah, I would just say just take it up into contact.
For sure. And on a broader sense, how would you describe the playing philosophy at UNF? Are you more of a forwards-heavy team? You really relying on your backs? Are you looking for fluidity and creativity? Or are you looking to just, keep the basics, run, pass, catch, tackle? What is your philosophy over at UNF for playing to try and get those W's in the score sheet?
Yeah, with so many new guys coming in, we try to keep it as basic as possible. Again, we don't have a whole lot of guys coming in with experience, so it is preaching the basics. Plus, with a lot of kids who played football, they got to unlearn some of the football stuff. There's obviously room for creativity within the game. That's the beauty of rugby, is we're not out there sort of screaming plays or setting plays to the guys every 30 seconds when there's a timeout. So there is a lot of room for improvisation out there on the field.
For sure, definitely. It's always good to try and keep it simple, especially with some of those more developmental players, which we love to see out of UNF. So with this, we are at 73-0. The Jaguares really hanging it up there. Definitely an unmatched team. Jaguares taking away the first place in U19. Charlotte taking last place, with the Eastside Lions taking second place and the Jacksonville Wolverines taking third place. We've had a very competitive U19 competition here this weekend. And when you're looking at recruits, Ed, are you looking more at the U19s, or are you also looking at those U16s and maybe kind of whispering in their ear for the next couple of years, saying, hey, UNF still got your eye on you? Where are you looking more, the U19 or U16 when you're recruiting?
We're definitely looking at both. Obviously, a lot of the U19 kids have already made their commitments and applied and whatnot. But we're obviously looking for everybody.
For sure. And with that, this game's starting to come to a close. Ed, I cannot thank you enough for your time. We've had a wonderful time up here, hearing your opinions on what's going on down here, hearing about the University of North Florida. Be sure to follow them on social media. Deadbirds RFC, a great team to watch coming up. You guys also have a great group of freshmen and sophomores. Got to see them play last year. Really excited to see the damage that they can do this coming year. So be on the lookout for UNF and the Deadbirds coming up this next season. If you are interested in joining the Deadbird squad, be sure to go to UNF's website or reach out to Ed directly. Ed, thank you again for your time.
Absolutely, Ryan. Thanks for having me.
And with time beginning to expire, Charlotte going to eliminate the shutout with a hope of scoring penalty kick right here. Let's see. Their kicks have been going for about 75% today, so we got a good chance. And the 9 ball is up, and it's good. It is now 73-3. Charlotte gets some points on the board. They are not walking home without some metal clanging on that scoreboard. Good for them. And they are re-energized, sprinting back, ready to catch their kickoff. That is what we love to see. That is the perseverance. They have been going at it for 37 minutes scoreless, and they still put the will to win there to get some points on the board. And now they are on the offensive. The Jaguares swarming, getting a slight maul there to set the ruck. And Charlotte trying to get the ball out. Nine's got to dig it out a little bit, and they go for the kick. And the kick stays inbounds. A little bit of confusion, but it is still caught, and he's got room to run here. And Charlotte with a wonderful crouched tackle. And another great tackle. That was some form over function there, without a doubt. Looked great, and the ball keeps heading down the line. Oh, we have a little bit of a scrap going on there. A little bit of heated tempers there. Everybody's been playing a long time, playing out. So with that, we've come to the final minute of the game, final minute of the tournament. I just want to take some time to thank everybody that has tuned in yesterday and today to watch some fantastic developmental U19, U16, and U14 rugby here in beautiful Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. We thank you for joining us through this time. We want to thank our sponsors again, the Tourist Development Committee of St. John's, the Parks and Recreation of St. John's, Kona Ice, Yama Food Truck, another great one. We had a wonderful coffee truck here as well. Balls Out merchandise, where they went balls out for us, and we definitely got some good sales, merchandise for tournament apparel and whatnot. TSI Cares for providing snacks yesterday. Morehouse Media for this wonderful broadcast. And then all the members of the Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase staff, whether that is the touch judges, the back 10 pros for refereeing, the board members, and the numerous volunteers that took to make this happen. We're excited. Our third year went very, very well. And we hope for our fourth year next year to be even better. More colleges, more students, more players, and more college connections being made every day. We're excited to find out which college connections were made for this particular tournament. And it has been an absolute pleasure being your broadcaster for the past 2 days. And as what looks to be the final play of this Florida Jaguares Charlotte Cardinals U19 match. Current score 78-3. Charlotte just putting up a penalty kick, and Florida going for a kick. We will see if we have a change to the final score in just a minute. And the kick goes wide, and that is timed 78-3. Florida Jaguares U19 hanging it up over the Cardinals U19. An absolutely dominant performance, a way to end out their final run. Again, my name is Ryan Cox. It has been an absolute pleasure this weekend, and we can't wait to see you next year for the 4th annual Florida Invitational Rugby Showcase. We will see you then.